Hello and welcome to Caffeinated Cthulhu, a live stream brought to you by Caffeinated Gamers in Roswell. Special thanks goes out to everybody who had their hand in making this event possible and achieving the impossible to make this happen. Big thanks to our esteemed investigators, whom we will meet momentarily, and you will get to know. The year. I'm sorry, I've got to turn this fan off. It's too loud. The year is 1923, and the Roaring Twenties have just cast their euphoria on the vibrant streets of New York City. Jazz spills from smoke-filled speakeasies, flapper dresses swirl in the dance halls, and the city that never sleeps pulses with a life of ambition. However, beneath the surface, this metropolitan frenzy, an ominous shadow begins to creep. A dark force, ancient and malevolent, stirs in the hidden corners of the city. Whispers of forgotten gods, eldritch horrors weave through the subways and through the skyscrapers, casting looming darkness over the desperate lives of those who call this city home. The economic boom masks growing desperation of the city's heartbeat, quickens not with the rhythm of progress, but with an unspoken dread. Unexplainable occurrences multiply, strange disappearing in the back alleys of Harlem. Cryptic symbols scrawled into the doors of the financial district high-rises, and an unshakable sense and unease hangs in the air like a poisonous fog. Rumors of cults devoted to ancient deities that defy human comprehension spread like wildfire amongst conspiracy theorists and intellectuals alike. Knowing that some things are better left undiscovered becomes painfully apparent as the veil between reality and the eldritch unknown begins to fray. As investigators, you find yourselves drawn into this tangled web of mysteries, pulled the threads of fate that led you deeper into the heart of the city's encroaching darkness. The streets of New York, once familiar and comforting, now echo with a foreboding resonance, as the cityscape itself seems to twist and warp under the ancient malevolence. In the looming shadows over New York, where desperate struggles for power and survival unfold, a terror is rooted in the Cthulhu mythos, and it begins to take hold. The question remains, will you be able to unravel the mysteries that threaten and consume the city, or will you be one of the pawns in the cosmic machinations of the entities beyond the mortal comprehensions? Prepare yourself, investigators, for the veil of reality is thinning, and the city that never sleeps may soon fall into a nightmare from which there is no waking. Our tale begins with a lone figure working late into the night in the basement of the New York Public Library, feverishly writing at a large table covered with old books, papers, well past closing time. Shadows dance amongst the stacks in the warm light from two large oil lamps that illuminate the nearby rows of bookshelves reaching from floor to ceiling, holding all manner of books. Still preferring the warm glow of the oil lamps to work by rather than the gaudy electric lighting that has been installed in these dark recesses of the library. Reginald, would you describe your investigator?
Reginald Templemount III is a tall, fairly tall, but of slight build, gentleman, well-dressed, strangely sporting a beard in a time when mustache was king. And while it is well-groomed, you can tell it may have been done, say, for tonight only. And also, if you look past the glasses, you can definitely tell there are very heavy bags under his eyes.
You're going to be late, sir. A voice coming from nowhere. Footsteps ring out as Stanley Kane, Reginald's assistant, enters the room, carrying several large tomes. A young, well-dressed man in his 20s. The invitation says 9 o'clock. Not looking up, Reginald finishes the sentence he is writing with neat and precise lettering.
I'm not going to be late, Stanley. The museum is only 2 blocks away.
Stanley sits down next to Reginald and begins to stack library books and pack up his notebooks. Why do you think she came to you for help? She seemed pretty concerned. Do you know what this is all about? Stretching his arms over his head, Reginald replies,
Has anyone told you, Stanley, that you ask a lot of questions? You
You have, sir, on many occasions, Stanley replies, collecting his favorite notebook and one small leather-bound book from the desk and slipping them into his pocket. Reginald stands up.
I'll see you next week. Go home and get some rest. There is nothing more we can do at the moment.
Reginald turns to leave, but his leg is painful and stiff, causing him to limp as he takes his first 2 steps. Stanley tries not to notice. Night, sir. Reginald begins walking up the large flight of stairs leading to the main level of the library, peering down at his pocket watch.
8:47. Damn, I am going to be late.
The elevated railway train clatters loudly through the dark in a cold November night as a man is finishing the last leg of his long journey. Clutching a dark leather bag, he stands anticipating a stop at the 10th Street station. Declan, will you describe your investigator, please?
My name is Declan Lindsay. He is sort of a rough and tumble individual. He is a tall, lean man with red hair and a pale complexion, and sports a wax mustache with secondhand tweed clothing that have seen better days.
He exits the train and heads to the north stairway. At this time of night, there are only a few dozen people getting off at this stop. The cold, windy air bites at his hands, leaving him wishing he had not forgotten his gloves and scarf on the table in his apartment. Reaching street level, he immediately turns and starts walking to the museum, its lights barely visible at the edge of the dark street. Estimating the time, Deacon feels he should make it in time for drinks. Hey buddy, got a light? A gruff voice comes from a darkened alleyway. A large man dressed in a raggedy gray overcoat and poorly made knitted cap steps towards Declan. He reaches out, revealing his hands that are wrapped in cloths for warmth. He pulls a bent cigarette out of a Lucky Strikes packet and looks expectantly. Instinctively, Declan pats his side pocket and pulls out an old flint wheel lighter. He thumbs it deftly, flicking the wheel. A bright shower of sparks instantly ignite the wick, and the warm light reaches the man's face. An older man, in his late 50s, missing several teeth with deep wrinkles in his forehead. His eyes are dark and deep-set, narrow, but still sparkle in the flame's light. You ain't going in there, are ya? He looks down the street at the museum and takes a long drag on a cigarette. That place is evil. Evil, I tell ya. He gives you a wide, toothless grin and chuckles as he walks off. His laugh turns into a cough as he crosses the street. A voice manifests inside Declan's head.
What do you think he means by that? Beats me.
Declan replies to himself as he continues walking to the museum, mumbling. A young female stands off to the side of the entrance of the museum. She looks as if she's waiting for someone. Her keen eyes dart from person to person as they come and go outside the museum.
That bastard better show up.
She mutters under her breath. Ida, will you describe your investigator?
My investigator's name is Ida Penn. She's standing outside of the museum in a tan coat and a brimmed reporter hat. She has short hair and she looks around suspiciously, scanning the crowd for this skinny man with glasses, a beard, and a pipe. Her camera at the ready. Small, she blends in, average enough not to capture the suspicion of her target.
She has been waiting for over an hour in the cold. Her hands and feet are numb. Peering at her small wristwatch, she realizes it's about time when all of a sudden a lone figure comes walking out upon the dark street.
So late.
She mutters to herself, lifting her camera in the ready position.
You're usually so punctual.
Her eyes scan for the nearest light source, hoping to catch her subject near one of the bright lampposts next to the entrance of the museum. Peering through the small eyepiece of her Leica camera, patiently waiting. The camera was an early prototype that her father brought back from his recent trip to Germany. She lets out a big sigh when she sees the man is in his 30s and apparently talking to himself, walking up the stairs to the main entrance of the museum. Suddenly,
waiting for me?
A voice asks from behind her. Ida gnashes her teeth as she slowly spins around to see a well-dressed man in his 40s standing several feet behind.
You know I avoid reporters for a living these days.
The man says as he checks the time from his pocket watch. Frederick, would you describe your investigator?
Frederick Willingham is a tall, gangly man, late 40s. He has a black, dusty beard, pale complexion, and you can tell he's a little aged, like he's a little weathered. He's been through some things.
Frederick says. Frederick continues.
Don't you have a real story to cover? One would think I'm old news.
Frederick says coldly, slipping his watch back into his pocket.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an important meeting to attend.
Frederick walks past Ida, avoiding the light, not wanting to give her an opportunity.
You know, I can still write the story with just a picture of you.
Ida says under her breath.
And I know about your meeting with Dr. Harrington. She sent me an invitation too. Apparently, my skills are needed as well for whatever she has going on in there.
Did she now? Well, in that case, shall we?
Ida says, okay, you guys missed me there, but that's okay. He motions to the main entrance of the museum, and the two walk together inside. That was my bad. Okay. So as we get going, the group of people have gotten to the museum at different times, but I'm going to go ahead and describe what you see. The museum is an imposing structure located on the outskirts of Brooklyn. It was founded by a wealthy benefactor who had a passion for collecting ancient artifacts from around the world. The exterior of the museum is adorned with an intricate Egyptian-style carvings to create an atmosphere of mystery and wonder. As you approach the door, you're immediately let in by a large burly man in his 50s with a sturdy build and a close-cropped salt and pepper beard. He wears a security uniform, and his eyes, though vigilant, hold warmth as he reflects dedication to the museum and its safety. He introduces himself. My name is Sam. I'm head security here at the museum. If you guys would follow me, Dr. Harrington is waiting. You enter the museum.
Yes, sir, Sam, I have my letter right here.
Yes, very well.
Quite nice to
he
meet you,
says.
Sam.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you as well, sir.
All right.
I'm a little behind. I'm limping up the stairs.
Okay. As he waits for you all four to gather in, he leads you down the stairs into the main exhibition hall, which is quite a sight. The entrance of the hall is grand and imposing, adorned with towering columns and intricate hieroglyphic carvings. A large banner welcomes the guests to the exhibition, featuring an image of the amulet of Nephrin Ka. Soft lighting casts shadows that dance across the polished marble floor. The murmur of excited voices fills the air as guests gather, and the occasional clink of glasses and echoes can be heard from the hands of the waitstaff circulating with trays of sparkling beverages. A subtle fragrance of aged wood and incense mingles with the scents freshly cut flowers strategically placed at the entrance to enhance the ambiance. So he leads you into the grand hall of this museum, and you see lots of debutantes and upper class for New York. So at this point, we'll just break in the rolling system. Mm-hmm. So if all of you would give me a spot hidden roll, and we could work on the mechanics.
Spot hidden. Ooh, I actually have points in that. Mm-hmm. You needed that back in the war. I have rolled a 14 underneath my 45.
Okay, so it's extreme, or is that hard success? That's half, right?
That
would be a hard success.
That would be a hard success.
We see it.
Okay, underneath my 22.
Okay.
Hidden.
So you have a base of 25.
Okay. So
You got rolled an 87. Yeah, you don't see anything.
You're still busy talking to your
Exactly.
guy.
Whoever is talking to you is.
I rolled a 1, which is very surprising for my first roll.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a critical success.
Yeah.
Extreme.
I rolled a 3.
3, and that's also a critical. Oh, that's a extreme success.
Extreme success.
Okay.
We are.
So critical success on a 1. That's where we'll start.
You see Yog-Sothoth right in front.
And for your reference, I'm keeping Ferdinand in my periphery.
Keeping the tail on.
Yeah.
Frederick? Okay.
In
Frederick.
case he steps
Okay.
into the light, I want to get that shot.
Okay, so you still have the camera on your neck.
Yeah.
You, being a reporter and somebody with a keen eye, scan the crowd immediately as you walk in, and you see Countess Isabel Dragomore.
Can you tell me a bit more about her?
Yes. She's a captivating woman with the ageless beauty, seemingly in her early 40s. Countess Dragomar wears a dark, flowering garments adorned with occultist symbols. Her eyes are deep. Her eyes, a deep shade of green, that hold a hint of mischief, and her dark, wavy hair frames her enigmatic expression. Her aura suggests she's connected somehow with the mysterious or the mystical. You know her as an aristocrat, not an aristocat, with ties to ancient and secret societies.
Okay.
So you know of her. Also,
what was her name? Countess
Countess Dragomar.
Countess Dracula.
And who else had the critical? You had a critical too?
I had an extreme.
You had an extreme. All right. So you also noticed the Countess, and you also both noticed Sir Archibald Fairchild, a distinct gentleman in his early 60s with a well-groomed mustache and a confident stance. His attire reflects both wealth and practicality, his deep-set eyes that convey a keen interest in historical artifacts. He exudes a sense of authority and wisdom through a lifetime of experience. He is one half of the owners of the Atlantic and Pacific. Did I say that right? One of the sponsors for the museum, the Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company. As you walk in, you see all of these people mingling, the high society and the upper echelon of New York. You're led over to the right side of the museum, where there's a small alcove that kind of has some of the decorations and everything, and also you see a large crowd gathering in front of one person, and you notice her, well, most of you notice her as Dr. Evelyn Harrington. She is an elegant woman in her mid-40s with wavy chestnut hair adorned in a tailored Victoria-era blouse and skirt. Her sharp eyes exude intelligence and determination. Dr. Harrington carries an air of authority, a testament of her years of leading archaeological expeditions. And I'm going to say, who has Egyptology on there? Somebody has Egyptology.
Oh, I didn't. No.
I have
Egyptian language.
Egyptian language?
I also have Egyptian language.
Okay, so it was Egyptian language. Both of y'all can roll a...
I have a teensy bit in archaeology, but not Egyptology.
Yeah, no, it's Egyptology. Both of y'all roll it's just an intelligence check. So remember, it's the same kind of concept.
So you rolled
for
a
intelligence.
6.
Okay.
So that's pretty
And
good.
your intelligence is a lot. So you actually got a extreme success because you got it under 14.
I rolled a 23 and my half is 30.
Okay, so you barely got it. Okay. Declan, you know from your research and things that you've read that she has also a background in art history, and she's also definitely involved with or fascinated with the occult. And after encountering mysterious symbols in a rare painting, she became more and more intrigued by these. So you remember reading that in a passage of a book about her. You have been handed the pamphlets, which basically give you some information about the event. The event is actually happening tomorrow. This is kind of the pre-party, if you will, to the opening for the museum exhibit. You're led down a couple of stairs into the middle of a crowd of people that are standing looking up. Dr. Evelyn Harrington stands above the crowd, and now that everybody's here, she begins her address. I wanted to thank everyone for coming. It is such an honor to be here in front of you all. I want to thank all of the contributors to the museum, all of our benefactors and sponsors for this event, and some esteemed colleagues that I have asked to be here with us on this kind of an occasion. She goes on, and you can see that she has just this air of confidence as she talks to this large crowd of wealthy and powerful individuals. She says, what I have found is truly an amazing relic, and I think it's going to change what we know with archaeology. She continues matter-of-factly to the crowd. And I just wanted to thank again all of the people that went into the expedition. Even though we did not all get back, and she kind of has this moment where she pauses, and then she continues. And then also, I would like to say that I have a deep appreciation for the museum and them allowing us to be a part of this culture. And she kind of looks over, and you see her looking at an older lady. And she is standing basically straight across from the door that you came in, so it would basically be up behind and to your left. But she has looked over there a couple of times during the speech. She goes on and she kind of recaps her event, or her adventures traveling down the Nile River into the south of Egypt, going into the heart where most people would turn back over the harsh conditions. She led an expedition, a small expedition, over hundreds of miles of desert to find what nobody else could find, with the exception of one other one other expedition that tried to find it and could not. She briefly glosses over that, but then continues. And she says, and what I found is probably the most amazing artifact. And she motions behind you into the exhibit hall. And the exhibit hall is filled with various artifacts from Egypt, adorned with hieroglyphics and other kinds of designs and paintings. The hall itself is a vast space that displays artifacts from other ancient civilizations as well. The dim lighting casts an otherworldly glow on the exhibits, emphasizing the mystery surrounding each object. The centerpiece, the amulet of Neferin-Ka, encased in glass, and that glass catches reflections of the ambient light. And you can also see that there is a young security guard that is standing 20 or 30 feet behind, up against the wall, just hanging out. Guests engage in hushed conversations as she finishes up, and as they start to walk around and look at the artifact, and the occasional gasp of wonder and the soft click of cameras capturing the exhibits. And you're left, as most of the crowd starts to disperse and visit the other part of the museum exhibit.
If I may, what does the artifact look like?
Okay, you gonna walk up to it?
I'm very curious. I want
Okay,
to see what
Declan
it
well,
is.
there is a big replica too outside in the main lobby. The artifact itself is a flattened piece of cast silver, and it has a very distinct wavy outline. At the top of the amulet is a triangular cut amber that is fashioned to look like the side of a pyramid, and directly underneath it is a triangular cut in the opposite direction, black onyx pyramid. And then in between it, you can almost see in between it the little shiny tendrils of a tentacle appear to be coming out of the center of it.
Like
And
an
if you get
actual
really, really close, what's that?
Actual tentacle or
No, just like
a metal
it's
casing.
engraved.
Okay.
It's like carved into the silver. And then if you get really, really close, you can see a very faint outline of writing that surrounds both of the two large gems. At the top is a clasp that appears to be broken open. One of the rings that was holding it on something has been snapped off.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Get an eerie feeling when you look at it. It just seems like something that doesn't come from this time period.
Declan is gonna lean real close to the glass and just kind of stare at it.
Okay. You stare at it for a minute, and then you're like, it's so bright in here, I can't really see, and a little voice pops inside your head and says, how much you think that thing weighs? It's pretty beefy.
3 pounds?
You'd probably go more with a pound and a half.
Pound and a half.
The actual size of
3
these
pounds.
gems are very large.
What do you mean? What do you mean 3 pounds?
I'm sorry? Who are you? I wasn't
Well-
talking to you. I was talking to Frank.
Over here,
Very well.
ladies and gentlemen, you see Dr. Harrington motioning to you. Several of the other people that she was talking to and addressing after kind of disperse and start wandering through the museum. You see that immediately, though, several people have already started wandering towards the exit, while most of the other people seem to start dispersing down one of two sides of the museum. The one is the main exhibit hall that basically goes on for hundreds of feet, 20-foot ceilings, filled with artifacts and Egyptian lore. The other one leads into, if you're looking at your map, the Hall of Mummies, which has some large sarcophagi leaned up against the wall and other writings and scrolls on the wall. She motions you over to her, and she says, "Now, thank you so much for coming. I know that was formality. We had to get that out of the way, but I still think that there's something going on here that, like I said in my letter, I need a special type of person to help me with."
Sorry, before, is Evelyn, this is Evelyn Harrington talking, and she's calling us all over?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Would it be possible for I to stay back for just a second and take a shot of Frederick talking to Professor Harrington?
Okay, are you going to do that out in the open?
I would assume that she's staying hidden somewhere with those pillars. So getting that shot of them talking to one another.
Well, admittedly, there's also a bunch of other journalists taking pictures.
That is
Well,
true.
yeah. They're not really journalists here. That day is not this is not for that. Most of the people that you see are very rich people
Like the benefactors.
taking
and-
photos
Yeah.
with their fancy cameras, and I'm going to see what role I need you to make, though.
I funded
think it'll
half
be a
of the
photography
expedition.
check. I do have a photography skill.
Yeah, but if you're doing that
On the sly.
on the sly,
that makes
Trying
sense.
you
Sneaky
might need to
about
make a stealth, a sneak roll first.
Yes.
Stealth roll first. So yeah, go ahead and make stealth roll,
Sure.
and then this is going to say how hidden it is.
I got a 92. That would not make it.
The 92. Okay, so you just pull the camera out, and you're like getting it in position, getting it lined up, and then you'll make your shot.
So that is a 30, and I have a skill set of 90, so that would be under my half.
So half. So that is your hard success. So you look through the eyepiece and you line it up, and even though there's a lot of movement and stuff going on in a dark, dim lit situation like this, you're able to confidently get a picture of Frederick talking to Dr. Harrington.
Then I see that.
You see that.
Very much.
At that point, there was not much that you could do.
And I'll approach and I'll say, "Gotcha."
Hope you're proud of yourself.
I am.
You know, I might have done it if you had just asked nicely.
Oh, I don't know about that. I like the shots to be a little bit of a surprise. Like them to be natural.
Dr. Harrington looks at the both of you. You two know each other?
Quite a tad.
Oh, that's interesting.
But I know more about him than he does about me.
I wish I knew how to avoid her.
Why
Seems
would
you got a secret admirer, sir.
Yeah.
Not really a secret, to be honest.
It's not much of a secret, is it?
No, it's not a secret.
no?
You
I,
call being
I'm
infatuated
sorry,
with a
who are you?
liar.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, my name is Declan Lindsay, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Frederick Willingham, at your service.
Yes, sir.
Frederick Willingham,
Yes, sir.
That name
the,
sounds
the
familiar.
essayist
Yes, sir.
on the disbelief of the spiritual.
I do bring the truth, yes, in wood.
It is an honor.
It's a pleasure, sir.
I am Reginald
Truth from
Temple.
your perspective, sir.
No, not the truth. I dispel the lies that people use to exploit
And how-
people's fascination with the supernatural.
How would you consider it a lie, sir?
Well, anything that can't be, everything can be explained by science. Anyone that suggests otherwise is just selling something.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
You sure
Have
there
you read
isn't?
my work?
I have read your work, and I promptly threw it in the garbage.
Well,
Really?
Declan, I quite like you. My name's Ida Penn. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
course
meet
you
you.
And it's
No.
nice to meet you as well.
Now that we've gotten a chance to get to know each other, let's get down to it, shall we? She goes into her bag and she pulls out a small journal. It's a leather-bound journal, and she opens it up to a couple of pages in, and she starts thumbing through and to familiarize herself. And she goes, "Since we found this artifact, more than just an amulet, I believe, strange things have been happening to me. I've been having some severe nightmares, and I think that part of this has to do with the occult. I know in my deepest recesses of my mind that there's something going on here with the occult."
Actually, that's a good question. Speaking of nightmares, when I went over to look at the amulet, it was that symbol vaguely familiar to me from what I have seen, or not?
Part of it.
Part of it. Okay.
The upside down dark pyramid.
Yes. Okay.
But again, it's just a stone on an amulet. You don't know that 100% correlates to your dream, but it's strikingly similar.
I can put some things together, especially with with what I've written and what I've seen, and also what I have received from the doctor. Continue.
Excuse me, Dr. Harrington. Could you describe these nightmares? I mean, I know an individual who is quite skilled in interpreting these sorts of things.
Interesting. Wish you'd have mentioned that. We could have had them here. Who are you referring to?
Frank. Have you met Frank? He's with me now.
Frank.
He has lost it.
She looks past your shoulder for a minute, and then she looks in your eyes, and then she looks past your soul, and you can make an intelligence roll.
So that's 80.
Not good.
86.
Okay, so you don't see anything in her eyes when she looks back and forth between the two of you, but she basically changes the subject. She's like, right, but what I need is a team of people who can give me their opinion on what's been happening. She says, we've gotten some strange occurrences happening around the museum, some unexplained things as we've been setting up. She said, as some of you may know, we only returned about a month ago, and about 3 weeks ago we started setting up the exhibit for the amulet. And since then, things have gotten a little weird here and there around the museum, and a lot of people have been complaining about nightmares and just a feeling of unease.
Dr.
Yes,
Evelyn, can you go a
Ida.
little bit more into depth about these strange occurrences as well as these nightmares? Are there any sort of...
Yes, absolutely,
Please.
absolutely. She says, I had been experiencing some nightmares, and also one of my interns that worked with me, who's no longer with us, she was having nightmares as well, ever since we returned from Egypt. And
Ida gives her a look. What do you
No
mean?
longer with us.
What do you mean no longer with us if she's been having nightmares this week? Did something occur?
no, I've been having the nightmares.
Okay.
She was having nightmares, and Raymond, and she points over there, and you see this. Let me get Raymond. Raymond is a man in his late 30s with slick black dark hair and a well-groomed beard. He has an air of mystery and sophistication, often seen in tailored suits with subtle occult symbols embroidered. Raymond's sharp, calculating gaze hints his mind is constantly seeking hidden truths. Standing over talking to some of the upper crusty debutante type people that are here in the museum still kind of schmoozing. Raymond is one of my assistants. I'm also referring to one of my other assistants who's gone missing, a young lady named Helen Davenport.
Missing on the expedition
Missing after we got back.
after you returned.
Yes.
Interesting.
Can I see the amulet? Can we all see it from where we're standing?
Yeah, yes. So in a large glass case behind her, you can see the amulet raised up on a pedestal.
Okay. Can I see if the writing, see if I can read the writing? Is it Egyptian?
Ooh. You walk up to it and start trying to read it?
I do.
Okay, so first make an intelligence roll.
You're gonna lose some sanity.
Feel like that's what I would have done.
It's a 79.
That's a fail.
Okay, so you walk up to the amulet and you see that it is rather large and imposing. If you had to wear this, it's more of like a dressing than a amulet. And then also you notice the way the prongs are kind of bent out at the top. It looks like something had just been ripped free from this, like a chain or something
Perhaps
like
the
that.
chain that it was. Oh.
And you get up there and you notice that the reflection in the glass is kind of blocking where you can see clearly something written or scrawled all the way around both of the pyramid shapes, just basically going all the way around it. However, because of the glass and the angle and everything, you can't really see what the writing is. And if it were hieroglyphs, it would be really, really small. You'd probably need something to help you read it.
Ida will stay close to Dr. Harrington. She has more questions about this missing person, Helen Davenport.
And that's who you think it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know, so she doesn't know that you know her.
Yes.
So that's your secret.
So, Dr. Harrington, I would love to know more about this disappearance, just so that we can understand the full picture of everything that's going on in terms of, you said you believe this to be occult in some way. Could you explain how this disappearance makes you feel that way?
Absolutely. She says, One thing that I can tell you, so when we got back from Egypt, we had a large manifest of stuff, and Helen and I had cataloged everything while we were on our trip already, so everything was set to go. This was, she says about 3 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, when we had everything kind of shipped to the museum, and then we both went out to dinner, and Raymond was supposedly going to meet up with her later. And then when I got into work the next day, Raymond came in looking for Helen, so we could not locate her. I went by her apartment, Raymond went by her apartment. We even sent Sam over, and she motions to the security guard with the kind eyes. We even sent Sam over, and nobody could get an answer from the door. So we just had to contact the police. So the police report was made, and the Metropolitan New York Police did what they could, but they haven't got us any answers yet. We can't find evidence of foul play.
What I'm understanding is Ida at this point is thinking that Professor Harrington is throwing Raymond under the bus a little bit.
Make a see. I wish they had perception in
What's
this
his name?
game.
Missing.
Make an intelligence check. It's always intelligence checks for certain
Intelligence?
things.
That is I don't think I got it. It's an 89.
Okay.
Or would it be psychoanalysis?
No, actually, you're going to roll that again. You're right. It's psychology.
Oh, it's I have points in that. Let's go.
It's psychology. Yes, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Oh, I still don't get it. It's a 96.
You roll even worse!
Yeah, that's what I get for rolling a 1 on the first roll.
So you really read nothing off
Okay.
of that.
Then I don't get that. And you said that this happened at some point from the time that you got dinner to when she went to go see Raymond?
Well, no, she was. Raymond was going to meet up with her later. Yes, we were all having dinner, and then we went home, and I assumed that everything was fine. Raymond was going to go over and meet up with her later because they were kind of an item for a while.
Interesting. And so she also went home, to your understanding, between the time that...
Yes.
Okay. Would I have to make another intelligence check to know that Helen and Dr. Harrington were staying together, or would I know that from the police report?
No, you'd know. No. They're not staying together. They
Okay.
don't live together.
They were in a relationship.
They weren't in a relationship.
And they were roommates!
They were real good friends.
They both went out to eat to a restaurant,
Oh.
and then Helen was going to go home, and Dr. Harrington was going to go home, separate homes, and then later Raymond was supposed to go over and be with Helen.
I misinterpreted the police report. I read no indication of planned departure as Dr. Harrington was staying with Davenport for some reason.
Okay, and that again was just scribbling, so
That's okay.
it's a problem.
All right, cool.
Does that answer your question, dear?
For right now, but I do believe I will have some at a later point in time.
Absolutely. So,
What other strange occurrences have occurred?
well, as you know, the museum has kind of set up, and she kind of explains a little bit about how they have different attractions in the museum. One of them is what's called the Hall of Whispers, Hall of Echoes, and there have been people hearing voices, like outright voices, and I have even heard, something in the back of my mind. I don't know if I was imagining it or not, but some of the security guards and the janitor have both heard voices plainly talking to them. And it's almost as if they're trying to convince them or will them to do something. That's the feeling that they get. She says also there have been strange lights that have appeared in the, let me get my map out, sorry, so I can say this correctly, because I already forgot one. In the Timeless Locked exhibition hall. This is an exhibition that we're kind of like trying to figure out if it's going to work or not. It's actually closed to the public, but there have been strange lights seen back there. And then also in the Hall of Mummies, people have sworn that they've seen shadows moving, even when it's just regular lighting.
Doctor, maybe take a look in these areas.
Absolutely, I would love for you. That's why you're here, after all, right? You're here to kind of make sure that I'm not going crazy. I mean, Frederick, I'm not crazy, right?
I'm a little confused as to why I am actually here. This is all fascinating.
Well,
It's lovely.
as a proven skeptic, hopefully the logic that you can provide can explain these mysteries.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? It's logic. I don't know what you expect from me. This is all like the voices, the dreams. Dreams are nothing but your mind working out traumatic experiences. There's nothing mysterious about it. There's no nothing spiritual about it at all.
Nothing at all, sir?
Nothing else.
Well, that's what I'm hoping, that there's some rational explanation. I believe in the mystery and the unexplained too, but I mean, here in broad daylight, what would that mean? If that was true, and it's not just somebody with like, an overactive imagination, say, that could be like a really bad thing, right? So I need you guys here, hopefully, to help me with this. The exhibition opens tomorrow, and the last thing I need, what we need, she points at the museum around her, is for something like really, really crazy or creepy to happen when some of these wealthy benefactors are here and they close us down, or they don't want to be associated with this anymore. So it's not just me, though, it's the museum itself. I myself have seen some crazy things. You were asking about my nightmares, weren't you, or somebody was?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
Yes.
So the nightmares actually
Yeah,
started
I was
on the expedition when we were in Egypt. And they just came to me every so often. Helen had described some of these nightmares that she was having as well. And most of them, they seem to be taking place somewhere not here on Earth. Maybe some other realm or some other place where everything is like really dark and foreboding. And then she said that the dreams got progressively worse the closer we actually got to the tomb of Ka, which is where we discovered the necklace. And then when we were inside of the tomb, one of our workers was tragically killed. We were trying to get into the actual secret burial chamber where we found the necklace, or the amulet, and some of the roof had collapsed on him. And he didn't die right away. We thought he was going to be okay. But after the necklace was retrieved, some other weird things started happening, and he actually just kind of died right there in front of us.
So the amulet is cursed.
Well, I'm not going to say that. That's
hopefully
just it's an artifact. I mean, I really hope not. It's behind glass here. Nobody's going to mess with it. So we're trying to keep it out of the wrong hands for sure, for absolutely sure. But be warned that there is definitely something going on. And like I said, that's why I've got such brave and intelligent investigators here to help us uncover these secrets.
Dr. Harrington, do you know the historical significance of this necklace, the way that it was utilized by the Egyptians?
Well, we have not taken it and gotten it fully vetted yet. We have been doing our own research here locally at the museum. We do have a limited library. However, we have uncovered some, possibilities. It's possible that this could have come from some ancient, and that even predates Egyptian. Right? We don't really fully understand and know how old it is yet, but the writing on it, we can't really describe. She says it's very hard to decipher. We haven't even, we've gotten to the first 7 characters even. We have no clue as to what it says.
Is it Egyptian hieroglyphs, or do you believe it possibly predates that language?
It either predates or is parallel to. We know because it was found in a pyramid that was constructed in that time period. However, it could predate and have been kept in there or hidden away in there from ancient times, even in ancient times, so to speak.
Well, still during the reign of these pharaohs, there were all kinds of societies and cults that operated in shadows and outside of the ruling dynasties.
Mystery cults.
Mystery cults.
There are various examples of that from ancient Greece, like Eleusinian or the Dionysian mysteries.
Exactly. And they could. Do you believe that possibly one of these groups is involved with an amulet somehow?
That is my belief, is that some cult has either resurfaced that might have something to do with the amulet, because all of these strange occurrences have happened again around here now that we have the amulet.
So, Dr. Harrington, am I understanding you correctly when you say that this amulet has a language on it that we do not know what it is? We don't think it's cuneiform, we don't think it's hieroglyphics.
Right, we have not figured it out yet. It could be a combination. It could be that it's incomplete in some way. My understanding of this kind of thing is that it's all about the research, so we may end up having to go outside of our own means to get this. However, of course, then we're sharing the credit, and the whole purpose of this was to bring fame to this museum and get us back on track.
Okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and take care of a few things. Raymond over there, he is going to show you to wherever you need to go. Oh, Raymond! And you see Raymond look over at you, and he has this just kind of dark look in his eyes as he scans over each one of you. Each one of you make an intelligence check real quick.
You said Raymond, he's wearing like occult symbols.
He has like, as you get closer to him, you'll notice that he may have like just little symbols here and there on his clothing that
Correct.
appear to be occultish.
So you did make the normal one.
Okay.
I got under my half, so I
You
got.
got under half. You got a hard success.
I did too.
Hard
20.
success.
Hard success.
Normal.
Normal. Okay. As he approaches you, you notice that he is. He appears to be a lot older than his initial appearance looks. When he walks for you, he's 40 years old-ish, is what he was described as. However, he does appear to be like extremely like wise and old for his appearance. He's wearing a very nice suit for the occasion, and you do notice that on his collar is clearly scrawled, and it once looks like an incomplete hieroglyph, but you do notice that anybody that has ties to the occult as an occultish symbol. And he looks at you and he says,
"Kind of occultish symbol.
"What kind?"
Would I happen to recognize it in my tiny bit of research?"
Tiny bit.
Well, I have a 25.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, roll. I thought you
Didn't make it.
Thought you were being sarcastic.
Can
No.
So you have written books and stuff, but you have not dealt with this symbol.
yeah,
I
I roll for that.
Yep.
I also think I can roll for this, but we're really occult.
Yeah,
Ida has
you
done
got
extensive research on the occult.
Because that's treated as a 0.
Okay, so
Oh,
20.
are we rolling
20.
to see if we know what the symbol
I
is?
got a
Yeah.
30, which is under my half.
Under
And,
half.
and that's also under his half.
Under half. Okay. With a hard success, you can roll 2, just for chance.
Yeah. We
You
we
got
made
this?
Call of
Definitely
Cthulhu
filled up.
characters. We know
So
something.
as you are looking at it, you notice that it's based off of the Omega symbol, which literally means the one, and then also it's been altered, so it looks like it's almost a ranking. And this actually, if it was, puts him at the top.
So,
Do I know of what group? Okay. I just know that it is some sort of ranking.
Some sort of
He
a
is-
ranking
he is the
between
Pumbaa
cults.
of whatever.
And he says, now, if you'll please follow me, I'm going to take you to the first stop, according to Dr. Harrington, was that I show you where the cafeteria is, so you can possibly meet and maybe investigate some of the people that are there, that are mingling. And then also we're going to go over to the Library of Hieroglyphics, where you're going to meet one of our interns over there. And then he says, so if you'll just follow me, and he begins walking, not even looking behind you, as to see if you were following.
Raymond, it's nice to meet you. I was wondering what you do here at the museum.
He says, well, I'm actually a rare book stealer, and I deal a lot with the occult, but you might call me a scholar is probably the best way to describe it. He's very confident and well-traveled. He deals in ancient books, so he definitely knows his stuff, but you don't know if he buys into it or not. So as he leads you into the main area again where you just came from with all of the other people, you notice that a lot of them have cleared out and some have dispersed through the museum. You see a couple down looking at the mummies, and then as you walk into the main exhibit hall, you see a few others kind of ogling and eyeballing some of the other exhibits. And then he points over at the cafeteria, and you look above it, and it says Cafeteria of Shadows. Ooh, how mystical
mysterious.
and spooky, yes.
That's scary.
All right, so before we get into that, we are going to take a quick break.
Happening. I'm gonna start to think that Cthulhu is real.
Yes.
Okay, let me draw you back in. As you guys are being led through the exhibit hall, you still hear some distant laughter, some distant chatter going on in the background as some of the guests and patrons have spread out and are enjoying the exhibits. You notice that across the way from where you're walking to is a large area that is kind of roped off at the moment. And looking at your map, you notice that it is the Library of Hieroglyphics. Above the door is a large, thick cartouche with some writing inside. I'm not 100% if that is like accurate, but it's just there for show. And as you are walking further back towards the entrance, you notice that Raymond takes a sharp left turn and then leads you back into the Cafeteria of Shadows. The cafeteria itself is a dimly lit space with dark curtains and cozy seating. Guests are enjoying some refreshments under the soft glow of pendant lights. Low conversations and the occasional clink of cutlery create a relaxed and casual atmosphere. Soft jazz music plays in the background. The smell and aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the hint of pastries linger in the air. Somebody's having dessert somewhere, creating a comfortable and inviting ambiance. He leads you into, and you notice that there are several people you didn't notice before sitting down, and you do notice that Sam, the security guard, is also in the cafeteria. He's at a small table drinking some coffee by himself. Raymond says this is where Dr. Harrington believes that you guys might find, some more, people to talk to if you needed to, or you can always come here and, relax, obviously. And he points over to the other way and he says, when you are finished here, you can go over to the library of hieroglyphs and talk to Professor Amelia Turner. She has basically the scholar, the Egyptology expert and linguist of the museum, and she's over there. And he points over, and you see an elderly lady in her late 50s with silver streaked hair tied back behind her head, moving around the bookshelves. And he says, "If there's anything else that you need."
Raymond, the symbol on your coat.
Oh,
All right, what does that mean?
I hardly noticed. I don't even know.
Right.
I got this shirt from a friend.
Interesting. Where did your friend get it?
Oh, I know.
quite
You didn't
nice.
ask. It was a gift. It'd be rude to ask for a gift.
I suppose so.
Maybe.
Just curious is all.
Raymond, I'd love to know just more about, I believe, the missing individual, Mrs. Helen Davenport.
So you act like you're checking, like you don't know?
Yes.
Yeah. He kind of looks at you for a second, and he kind of reflects for a second, and he's like, "Well, it's kind of a sore subject." He says, "Is this something that we have to talk about now? Can we talk about this later?"
I would hate to put you in a spot that makes you uncomfortable. I just feel it's important to understand the consequences of her going missing. From what I understand, she was supposed to meet you. I would love to know if you're all right, the circumstances of. Were you waiting for a long time? I was curious.
Well, I was supposed to meet her after dinner, and I went to her apartment, knocked on the door, and nobody answered. I assumed that she hadn't gotten home. I got worried. I went back to the restaurant, retraced her steps, and tried her apartment again, and still could not find her. So eventually, I went home, and I came back first thing in the morning, same thing. I talked to Dr. Harrington, and she suggested we contact the police. So we did. There's an investigation launched, but so far they found nothing.
Did the police enter her apartment?
They eventually did, yes.
Was
and they did not find anything
was not out of sorts?
untoward, no.
Is there any particular location? From what I understood from Professor Harrington, you seem to know her quite well. Are there any sorts of locations she had an affinity to?
He kind of looks at your eyes, and then he's just kind of like, he sees the camera around your neck, and you notice that he's kind of walling off the personal parts of this, probably because he assumes that you're a reporter.
Yeah, he does.
Well, to tell you the truth, she went with us on the expedition, and we all kind of grew close together. We had a good friendship, and Dr. Harrington, basically took us both in and made us a part of her world, her circle, and we were forever grateful for her for that. But Helen and I, we've always been close, and he goes, I'm still just really distraught that she's gone.
Yeah, our goal is to find her and help understand how all of this ties together. So thank you so much for your answers. Would it be okay if I ask you more questions later if I come across anything that I believe could be pertinent to locating her?
Absolutely. I will be here in the museum until the wee hours of the morning cleaning up, I'm sure.
And,
Thank you so much, Raymond.
excuse me, Dr. Evelyn mentions that some of the people here in the museum have been hearing whispers and seeing shadows. Have you encountered such phenomenon?
No, but I have had the nightmares. I had some nightmares about being lost and walking astray in some alien landscape, and it makes no sense to me what it is. And he says, he reflects for a second, he goes, I did see something, though, that I can't really explain. He says the amulet itself, there's something about it that seems to want to hide its secrets. I feel like sometimes I'm getting close to discovering something, and then it's gone. One of the things that I've been working on with with Professor Amelia is the language that's written on there. I have no idea what it is. She has no idea what it is. How could we not know in this day and age, in this pinnacle of our civilization, how can we not read the writing?
Raymond, are you saying that the amulet shifts in some way?
I don't know if I would call it shifting, but I definitely think that somehow it seems to be withholding.
Interesting. As a photographer, I'll try to take pictures of it throughout the night and see if we can spot any changes in this mysterious
Oh,
amulet.
that would be excellent.
Okay.
Yes. He points to the big replica up on the wall, and you notice that it's kind of like crudely made, but it is well made, and it definitely captures everything in the size of it. And looking up and peering at it, you notice that the top it looks brownish because it's not actually amber. Where the amber pyramid is looks a lot smaller from this angle when you're looking up at it, and the dark pyramid underneath is just large and foreboding. He says, it is kind of a creepy artifact, I will give it that. And from where you're standing, you notice that some of the decorations that are adorning the outside just almost have like a very organic look to them.
Interesting.
So I'll be around if you need me, and he starts to walk off. You do notice that he is, like I said, a lot older than you think, but he still moves really quickly and well. So you're left alone in the cafeteria shadows. There is a large amount of tables in here for the only few patrons that are in here now, but again, this is only the pre-show, the precursor. You notice laid out along the countertops are all manner of refreshments, open bottles of champagne, not champagne, take that back. I knew it was going to slip out.
Virgin
Apple
champagne.
juice.
Well, large decanters of water and what you would assume would be other kinds of refreshing liquids, along with fresh fruits and vegetables.
I mean, I'm sure with this amount of wealth, there could be a bottle of champagne somewhere around here.
You would bet on that.
Yeah.
Dr. Harrington's office.
How,
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
how far away are we from the amulet itself?
You basically rounded the corner. If you look at your map, you are standing in number 3. And the amulet is, you see the L right over the B staircase in that alcove?
Yep.
So just to the right of number 7, and that alcove is where the amulet is.
All right. I'm gonna
Right around the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle real fast to go take a look at that amulet. I haven't gotten a chance to do that yet. It was so nice to meet you. I will be right back in a second.
Oh, it was a real pleasure.
Oh.
Food's not going to eat itself. I'm on incomplete.
Okay,
Finally said
you
something
start helping
true.
yourself to the food.
I take a little bit. I have some questions for some of the employees here. Perhaps I will see you around and we can compare notes later. Sure. I want to go. My action is to go and talk to the security guard.
Okay, Sam's sitting over the corner sipping a cup of coffee, and I'll get to you. I'll come back to you. I'm just finding out what everybody's doing.
I want to go investigate the area where they said they are hearing the voices.
Okay, what was mentioned? So there, if you look at your map, there is a temple of echoes.
Yes.
And there's also a whispering gallery. What they said was 10, the Temple of Echoes, on the far side of the museum exhibit in the back left corner is one of the places. The Whispering Gallery, though, is a lot closer, just being on the other side of the Mummy's Hall.
Okay, I'll hit the Whispering Gallery first.
Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Okay, so actually you basically follow right out in Ida's footsteps as she's heading out that direction.
Okay.
And Frederick, you're just chowing down?
I'm going to grab a plate. I'm going to slowly walk over to the Library of Hieroglyphics and just get as close as I can without arousing suspicion and just see if I can take a look at why it's roped off, maybe what's inside.
Okay, so you're crossing over the main entrance hall. When you do, passing through the last few patrons that are still here, kind of mingling. You can hear some of their conversations as you walk by, talking about how magnificent and wonderful these spectacles are. One of the patrons is also talking about all of the money that can be made from something like this. We'll cut back over into the cafeteria. You walk up to Sam.
I do.
And he's sitting there drinking his coffee. You can see that he definitely has been here all day by the look on his face and how he holds himself. Hey, how are you? You enjoying the exhibit?
I am enjoying myself, and I am rather intrigued by the exhibit, but I am also intrigued by the possible happenings of the museum. I have heard some rumors, and I wanted to confer with someone who knows it much more than probably anyone else within the museum. As a security guard, you walk these halls. I'm curious what you have seen, heard, any of that.
As a security guard, you know that I'm here most of the time when others have even gone home for the night. And yes, I am one of the ones who has seen some of the strange occurrences. I witnessed myself something in the Hall of Mummies that was disturbing. A shadow. It seemed to follow me around the room. I cannot explain it. I don't understand it. The lights were not moving. And he points at the ceiling, and you see that there's two sets of lighting in here. There are some large chandeliers that hang down that have like these twinkling incandescent lights in them. And then higher up into the ceiling are these large round Edison-like bulbs that just cast this horrible white light, but there's not all of those are turned on. In an event like this, they've got the preferable lighting that's turned on.
Yeah, there's the service lights and then the fancy ones.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
and it gives kind of a warm glow. And he says, no matter what the lighting was like, these things seem to just move around and follow me. It happened twice. 2 weeks ago when they first started unloading the crates in the back, and then again 2 nights ago, it happened again when nobody was here in the exhibit before we actually started to unveil things. Needless to say, it hasn't happened again since, but it isn't something that would keep me from doing my rounds. It's just very weird, very odd.
Very odd indeed. And this has only occurred in the Hall of Mummies. Nowhere else?
As far as the shadows go, no, but there have been voices heard in the Temple of Echoes, and we've had accounts from the janitor. The janitor is... Where did he go?
Bob.
But he has an actual name.
Jerry.
Martin. Martin is the janitor. Martin Blackwood. He's been with the museum for years. An older, middle-aged guy, but he does a good job. He's commented several times that he's actually overheard conversations. Can't quite make out what they are, almost as if people are talking to each other. And then when he goes and investigates, there's nothing there. But that's the kind of thing that you might expect from somebody working late at night, cleaning.
Fair enough.
When nobody's here.
I also... Did you happen to know one of the other employees of the museum, of the expedition, Miss Davenport?
Helen, absolutely. I was actually super concerned when they told me she went missing. I went over to her house a couple times to see if she would answer, but she never did. I've known Helen for several years, ever since she first came to the museum and started working with Dr. Harrington.
You went to her house several times.
Yes, the afternoon when she was not answering that morning, they had already notified the police, and I went, and she was not there. Nobody answered the door, and then I went back again later on that evening, and the police had already been. So there was no way of getting inside of her apartment at that point.
Interesting. Now, not to rumor monger or anything, what do you think of Mr. Raymond?
Raymond, well, he's kind of a strange gentleman, but he's nice enough. He's been Dr. Harrington's assistant for several years, and he does a really good job. I think that he is a little cocky at times, but
As he's continuing to talk, I'm going to take out my wallet and pull out a crisp $5, which in 1920s,
yeah.
Heck of
That's
God.
something there.
and go, I can hear some trepidation, so let me make it a little bit more worth your while, sir.
Okay.
Tell me what you know.
I need you to roll a charm.
That is...
I hope you have it.
I do, actually.
Nice.
That's the one way that I got my wife back over at the thing. Where'd it go?
Uh,
It's alphabetical
Yeah,
order.
left, on the left
Yeah, I have
side.
a 50. And I rolled a 65, of course.
Okay.
Without
So
luck.
you notice that as you pull the...
Oh, wait.
Luck.
Luck is
Luck.
a thing.
Excellent.
I would need to spend 15
That seems worth it to me.
for it to get this
To
information.
get a regular success.
Of my
It's a
60.
one shot. It's a one shot.
We're going to drive it like we stole it. I'm going to spend 15 luck to make it just success.
Okay, mark off the luck.
Yes.
And you notice his eyes. You can see this kind
Thank
of
you very
twinge
much.
in between his eyebrows when you pull out the money from your wallet. And from what you've met and known of this gentleman in the short time that you've been here, he seems like a very honorable man.
Yes.
And he definitely has the
How old is he
museums
again?
about 50s, late 50s.
Okay.
But he's definitely been working his whole life, you know,
Mhm.
and so he is, if anyone is going to understand that value of a dollar.
Yes.
Or a nickel, I should say.
Or $5 whole dollars.
Or $5 whole. And you see that kind of goes away after a second when he sees the number that's listed on the side of that bill. He looks around for a second without moving his head. You can see his eyes shifting around to see and take note of who's in the room.
Yeah.
And he basically just kind of holds his hand over the table, almost where you'd want to place that $5
Yeah.
bill.
I'm going to nonchalantly go for a glass of water and, drop that bill real quick so we can snap that up.
Okay, so he rests his hand on it, just again nonchalantly. Not that this is some huge encounter or anything.
No, absolutely not.
And he says, "Well, I will tell you this.
Yes.
He said, there was a conversation that I overheard between Dr. Harrington and Raymond that I almost, in my mind's eye, felt like he was responsible in some way, but quickly dismissed. And then after a couple more conversations with Dr. Harrington personally, I think it was just a misunderstanding. But what I heard him say was that maybe it's better if she wasn't here anymore." And he said that directly to Dr. Harrington. However, when I talked to Dr. Harrington about it later, she doesn't seem to remember the conversation going that way. And I extremely trust, I have a great trust and esteem in Dr. Harrington. So,
Dun dun dun.
We can't hear this, right?
Yeah, you all went on the way.
I'm the peanut gallery. Yeah.
and you see that he is like now finished his coffee, and he's like, "Well, I have to get back to my round. So if
Indeed.
there's anything else."
There may be more opportunities for conversation if I require it, and there would be further incentives for you to give information if necessary.
Okay, great. I am going to make a roll. Give me a spot hidden check, but you need to be over a hard success.
That is a 22. I got a 7.
You got a 7. Nice.
Which
Okay.
is,
So Sam gets
which
up.
is actually an extreme for me.
Yes. Sam gets up and starts to walk out, and you notice that he gets really close to the museum donation box. And you could swear as he walked by that he slipped that $5 into the museum donation box as he continued to walk. But he did it on a hard success stealth roll. Sleight of hand.
Maybe
So he was
this-
trying to avoid you seeing him do that. So, as
I
you
won't
sit
make any notion of it. Oh,
you sit and ponder for a second.
he has his honor, and I will let him keep it.
Frederick, you start walking through nonchalantly, looking up at some of these large exhibits. You get closer to the Library of the Hieroglyphics, and you notice that there is an older lady, 50, with that silver streaked hair that's tied back in a neat bun, wearing. And now that she's turned around, you can see that she has big glasses perched on the edge of her nose as she pores over ancient text. She seems to have tuned out the rest of the what's going on around her, and is completely engrossed in the books that she is looking through.
Is this Amelia Turner?
This is a Professor Amelia Turner, yes.
So is she standing by the ropes?
She is standing on the other side in the
Other
library.
side.
The library's actually been stanchioned off,
Yeah, she's
so they've got those
preoccupied.
fancy ropes draped in front.
That absolutely keep everybody out.
Well,
Right.
It's implied.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to her.
Okay.
Afternoon, ma'am.
okay. How do you say it?
Afternoon, ma'am.
There's no response. She seems to be going about her work.
I understand I am not the most interesting fellow, but I don't like being ignored, ma'am.
So you see her up on the shelf, and she's placing a couple of books, and as she's getting them, she's looking at them and thumbing through the pages, and you can hear the pages turning loudly as she's looking through them.
All right.
You hear footsteps coming up behind you. You whirl around to see Sam standing just a couple of feet off of your shoulder.
Bloody hell, mate.
He leans in. She's deaf.
Oh, okay.
Right.
He stands up straight again and then continues his rounds.
Thank you. Don't know why we're whispering. All right. Well, I'm gonna motion to her. Just wave at her.
Okay, so you scoot around to the side to where you can kind of get in front of her, and it catches her by surprise. She looks at you and she goes, "How long have you been standing there?"
So, can you read lips?
"What?
Can you read lips?
Can you come closer?"
It's
She
enough.
motions for you to come. She's standing on a ladder, so it appears that she doesn't want to get down and have to get back up again.
Not to worry, miss. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
"Yes?"
I'm gonna walk over to the room and just take a peek inside.
You can go inside the library.
Not necessarily inside. I'm gonna take a look inside and see if I can tell why it's roped off.
Make a, well, this used to be an intelligence check.
Alright. 55. I passed.
All right, so you deduce that the stanchions are put up there not to keep people necessarily from walking in there, but just to keep the general public from assuming that this is part of the exhibit. You yourself have read many books, and you can spot some books on this shelf that appear to be very valuable. And the longer you stand and gaze, some of these books that you notice, I mean, this is pretty, it's not the biggest museum, but they have a pretty extensive collection of old Egyptian manuscripts. So it's probably there just to make sure people don't wander where they don't need to. But hey, I mean, you can climb a rope.
Alright. I'm gonna look around, see if anyone's looking at me, watching.
No, every so often you notice that Miss Turner will turn her head and look, but just to see where you're at. If you need anything, just let me know.
Right. I'm gonna actually step inside and just take a look around, see if I
Okay.
can.
You step inside. She goes about her work. She notices you, and she continues. Is there anything in particular you're looking for in the library?
Looking at the majority of the books and what they like. Are the majority of books based on Egyptian hieroglyphic?
Would say that you can see books from all different areas through history, but a large portion of the books, probably in the upper 60%, all appear to be some kind of Egyptian or ancient manuscript.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to what I can tell is the most valuable.
Make a library check.
Nice.
actually have a good
I
library.
love that that's a skill in this game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
30,
That sounds pretty good.
31. Where's the library?
In middle row, over halfway down.
Yeah.
Library
I have a
use
48.
under law.
Awesome. It's fast.
Was it just a regular pass?
Regular
Okay,
pass.
so you begin looking through these shelves. Ida, you notice as you're walking, you hear someone walking behind you, and then almost immediately as you've turned that first corner, you notice that Declan comes right behind you and is just next to you as you're walking over to the case.
Where are you off to?
Where was I off to?
Sorry, that was a minute ago.
You were going to go to
Mummies,
the
I
Temple
think.
of Echoes or
Mummies
the
or
Whispering
something.
Galley. Take your
Yeah.
pick.
You were going to the Whispering Gallery first.
Frank and I were going to take a look at the Whispering,
Temple of Echoes?
Whispering Hall,
Whispering Galley.
Whispering Galley.
Yes.
Gallery.
Who is this Frank fellow that you keep discussing? You mentioned he is your friend. Should he have been here?
Are you joking?
I'm not trying to.
He's standing right next to me.
Can I make some kind of...
Is this some kind of sick joke?
Do you, describe to me what it is you are wanting, and I can put it into a skill if you want.
Ida is thinking that he has some sort of like he might be some sort of either a prankster that he's like making a joke and so she's
Psychoanalysis.
willing to go along with it. Yeah, okay, I would say psychoanalysis.
Do you have psychoanalysis?
I do. It's at 50.
Cool.
Cool.
So I have bad news. That's a 60, but I will spend my luck points to get it just over.
Hey.
All right, so just enough to get there?
Yes.
All right, you know his condition, or you immediately want to jump to the conclusion of a condition that he is manifesting somebody and he has made him such a part of his life that he is starting to believe it.
Oh.
You're not 100% convinced with that role that he's buying into it, but he appears to be speaking as if it exists, the language that he uses. Also, in your head, that voice manifests and it almost pulls you aside for a second and you lean in to listen, and he says, "Do you think she can see me?"
Of course she can see you. Everybody can see you, idiot.
You know, I think I was just being silly. I just forgot. It's nice to meet you, Frank. I can't believe I hadn't introduced myself earlier.
I like this one.
Oh my
And she's looking at a random place. She doesn't know if Frank's there or not.
What are you looking at?
It's hard for me to walk and talk.
Oh, I see. All right.
You notice that as you come to the main exhibit, some stanchions have been put around to kind of keep people from going up to the glass. Now that there's nobody in this area, you also notice that from here back, you're not really seeing any people. Most of the people have kind of worked their way towards the front. Maybe it's time to go to the cafeteria for refreshments. But again, you don't see too many people this far back in the museum.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you. Not meet you. It was nice to talk to you, Declan and Frank. I will take a look at the amulet as of right now. Good luck in the Chamber of Echoes.
Thank you.
All right, Declan, make a psychology check.
Okay.
No.
No.
Nothing?
He rolled,
Okay.
he rolled a 76 and he has a 20.
Use all your luck.
Okay.
He actually doesn't
Um,
have enough luck to do that.
So at this point,
Batshit
you've gotten
crazy.
to the amulet. Are you going to go ahead and take the picture?
I want to take a couple of pictures. I want to take one at high exposure, one at low exposure, one zooming in on certain aspects of it. Just a couple of different pictures to really try to understand.
Okay, so I need you to first make a photography skill before you take the picture to find the best angle where the light is not reflecting on the glass.
Okay, Ida's goal is to understand what. I don't remember his name. Sam.
Security guard?
No.
Raymond?
Raymond meant by it not shifting, that it hides.
Hiding.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 6 or a 9, and I have a 90.
Okay, excellent. That's an extreme success.
Yeah.
You circle around a couple of times and you take your time looking at the lights and everything, and you walk off, I assume, right? Okay. You circle around and make sure that you get in the best or the lowest amount of reflection into the glass. And you do notice that as you're doing it, there's just like this sparkle that seems to come from the center of it. So you've got the brownish pyramid on the top, made of the amber, and then underneath it is the onyx. And then there's just this little sparkle that kind of comes from the center, and you notice that a couple of times as you circle around it. Pull the camera out, and you start to look through your camera, and you get this just hair standing up on the back of your neck all of a sudden. The camera doesn't really have like a zoom function, so to speak, but basically what you're doing is framing this amulet and blocking out everything else around you. Your eye just kind of focuses in, and your heart, you can hear your heart in your ears, your heartbeat, and everything else kind of, the aura just starts to close in and give you almost tunnel vision as you look through the lens, through the eyepiece of this camera. And go ahead and make a, I'm just going to do this for all of them, so that the pictures that you take, unless you want to do them specifically, but just go ahead and make another camera roll now, or for photography roll.
That's a 92, but I'm going to spend 2 points.
2 points to get it
make
over?
that happen.
Okay, excellent. So you go around and you take the pictures, and as you feel really confident that you've captured it in its essence. But there's just something about it, even when you're looking through the eyepiece, you notice that sparkle in the very center. It just kind of like is drawing you in to get a closer look. You're on the other side of the ropes, by the way. You haven't crossed the ropes yet.
No, I'm not. Would Ida feel an urge to resist this, knowing what she knows about the occult and having that fear of the occult that she has?
If you want to check and see if it has anything to do with the occult, the feeling that you're getting, you have to make an occult roll.
I will make an occult roll. That's a 61, so that succeeds.
That's a success. You do feel like you can't really you can't really feel that if this is a definite like occult occurrence or something, but you know that there's something going on here that feels like it's mystical and it is not normal. The sparkle itself, with the way the lights are positioned, shouldn't be sparkling from the angles that you're seeing it.
Okay. I don't think that Ida would approach just based on her past experiences with the weird and knowing that...
It gives you a little creep factor.
Yeah, I think that she would stay a little bit far away, knowing that she's got an okay shot of it and knowing that she should stay around to investigate further.
And from here, you can see kind of the side of the giant replica that is hanging from the ceiling of the amulet. And you can see that underneath the amber, this just big monolithic black upside down pyramid just looms there.
Is there anywhere else in the museum that I might have seen a large black pyramid or any photos that I could reference of this large black pyramid?
I'm going to say make a... I almost want to say like a library roll, but make a an anthropology roll for me.
Oh, guys, you're going to be so upset. I don't have that. That's a 1, so I need a 1.
You need a 1.
That's an 88.
No.
Okay.
Not even
So
tantalizingly close.
as much as this is appealing to you, and as much as that you like Egyptian kind of decor as much as the next person, you're not really like super interested in this, so you probably haven't been to the museum before.
Okay.
So this is kind of like not your wheelhouse. You're more dealing with like what's happening now.
Okay.
That's your focus.
The here and now.
Just, you said that there weren't as many people around. Who is around?
Right now, you look around, and you're alone.
Scary. Ooh.
Welcome to Call of Cthulhu.
I think that what she would do next is she would trail after Declan.
Okay,
Probably a
she's-
few minutes behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you begin walking down the hall, and you notice that the museum itself is separated into these wings, and each one of these wings are probably about 60 feet wide. And at the very top, on the right-hand wall, you can see large windows at the top. And you can see outside the windows, it is like dark. It is like nightfall. There's no lights coming through the windows. But you notice that some of them are actually ajar. Who gets up there and does that, right? You need a pretty high ladder to get up there and open those windows. You might assume that they were there to keep some fresh air coming through here. And as you walk down number 5, the Hall of Mummies, you leave Ida behind for the moment, so you think.
Remember, this is November in New York.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Right.
Oh, and this is before global warming.
Yeah, this is before global warming,
Yeah.
so it is actually very cold. It may
Alright,
be
so-
snowing outside.
The Hall of Mummies features sarcophagi and preserved remains in carefully crafted displays. Dim lights creates the eerie atmosphere, casting long shadows on the exhibits. As you get further in, you are noticing that there's nobody ahead of you, and you just left Ida behind you, so you don't really see anybody else. But you get this faint scent of linen and embalming oils that hang in the air, and it seems to be just transporting you to the Egyptian afterlife.
Oh.
Interesting.
So you're going to just boldly stroll through the Hall of Mummies?
I'm just going by and like looking at each of the sarcophagus, looking at the hieroglyphs.
Make a spot hidden roll.
Where there's spot hidden. 54.
No.
No.
Yeah, he has the base 25
Yeah.
Make a spot hidden roll.
as you follow behind him. Yeah.
Hopefully I do a little bit better. I got a 70.
You got to spot the shot, man.
Okay, so that's a 62. We're good.
Okay. Nice. Just make it.
Just made it.
You notice a shadow on the wall that doesn't seem to belong. And as you kind of look to the side and then look back, it's no longer there.
Oh my gosh, it's Herobrine. Do I see Declan yet?
Yes, he's just a few steps ahead of you, and he's like looking around at the windows, and then he's like, you see him scrunching his eyes, but then he just starts to stroll down the hall.
Declan!
Yes.
Is that Frank's shadow? There's somebody here.
No, Frank went to the restroom.
She gives him a look like, who was that? Right over there. You didn't see that?
You weren't looking in that direction, but in your mind, you've kind of scanned the area, and nothing seems out of place for a hall of mummies.
Did you notice that the windows are open?
No. It's the middle of winter.
And I point up to the ceiling.
Yeah, along the top of the ceiling in the
Is
not
there
in the rafters,
like
but there's
frost or snow or
snowing
anything that's
well, it was
drifted
probably in the mid-20s when you
Mhm.
got here, and you assume that the later it gets in the evening, it's going to drop down well below the teens.
Yeah.
But the heating system of a building like this with a furnace downstairs, probably the size of Cleveland,
Yeah.
it's going to keep it warm in here, even with the windows open if they needed to. But yeah, those windows are definitely open. Not something you
Why would
normally
they
see
leave the
in winter.
windows open? It's not stuffy in here.
This place is giving me the creeps. It's these mummies especially. Like rich folks like Reggie, they eat mummies. It's so wild.
Have you ever had a mummy?
Have you? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
You blaming me, Mr. Frank guy over here.
And she kind of does like that look that's like, oh, I cannot believe this.
She bites her tongue.
Yeah.
While I was in Giza, serving with the Foreign Legion, it was a bet, and I lost. So I have had a mummy.
You should try. Maybe they'll talk to you. You should try calling out to the mummies. Try talk, because if you have a piece of them, you're one of them.
He does.
Make another psychology roll.
52.
Out of
20.
Okay, so you failed. You still don't get the tone in her voice. So something in the conversation you seem to be missing, but it's not important.
She sees one shadow that doesn't belong. Talk to the mummies!
Ida is like very afraid of the occult. Like she jumps to conclusions.
Are you
Okay, fair enough.
like when you say talk to the mummies? Like, are you asking me to like? Do you want me to open a sarcophagus and we talk to the mummy inside of it?
Well, we're guests, so we can't necessarily destroy the enclosure, but
They're not gonna notice that it's open if we do it quickly.
you know what?
Open it.
I think that's the smartest idea you've ever had.
Say what we gotta say. Ask what we gotta ask. Close it.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
We need to figure out
what's going on here. And the mummies live here 24/7.
Right. Don't know what Raymond's up to.
Right? You think something's up with Raymond?
Did you notice his badge on his collar? It's an occult symbol.
Yeah, it means
He's
the one.
he's high ranked. There's something about him that doesn't sit right with me. But yeah, I think
Let's be careful.
I think
He
the
might
mummies.
have-
I think the mummies would know.
Let's be careful.
Both of you make an occult roll.
He might have eyes and ears everywhere.
You made it with 47.
That's
47.
a 76. I didn't make
Yeah,
it.
47 out of 50.
You
just
know
made it,
from your research and everything, just by saying a cult member doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad cult. There are good cults as well, so you can't make the distinguishing factor that he's from a bad cult. She seems to be speaking very negatively of him.
I just assume all cults are negative due to my past. That's why I failed it.
I was just explaining what he would
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't like this? You don't like Raymond?
I think he is a person of interest. I think that figuring out why she has gone missing is a top priority. If they were dating, why did he hold back?
Perhaps she knows something, or they both know something that they aren't willing to share.
But you want to know who would share? And she
The
points to the
mummies.
sarcophagus.
I'm gonna open a sarcophagus.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, so so there's some that are on the outside wall, which is the wall with the windows, and then there's also some that are on the inside wall, and then in the middle there's a couple of plaques that kind of explain a little bit about the exhibits and stuff. Nothing that's like too, earth-shattering.
Yeah.
The ones on the left side are the ones that are inside against the whatever are in the heavier sarcophagus, and they appear to be like with covered over with a half a piece of like what looks like glass, so that you can't get to the bottom of it. Like a little kid wouldn't be able to go and touch it.
Okay.
The ones on the right side, however, are put up on plinths or pedestals so that they can be exposed without being, touched. So if you wanted to go to the ones over there on the right side, next to the open windows, you wouldn't have to worry about the glass.
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right.
As he goes to open it, she will keep an eye out. She's prepared to keep an eye out for people coming or that
Make
shadow.
a spot hidden check.
On it.
Just Ida.
That's a 68. That's good, but
That's
barely.
just regular
Yeah,
success?
regular. I got
okay.
-2.
So you're looking both directions up and down the hallway, and it's eerily still. I don't see anybody walking around yet. And then give me a listen check as well.
I'm good at that too. Let's go. That's a 97. I did not make it despite
Okay.
having a 75.
So
Can
you're
he
kind of
do
like,
one?
you've got something in your
Oh,
head
yes.
that keeps you from hearing anything around you. Now, you walk up to the mummy and you look at it. And a misconception about mummies is that they're completely covered in bandages. This is not completely covered in bandages. There's lots of areas that are missing that show kind of an exposed flesh and bone, where the flesh is so petrified it is like dried to and just becomes a part and fused with the bone. Also, you notice deep pit marks and scars all along all of the exposed surfaces. The bandages that are wrapped around him are dark and thick, and it's not exactly what you would expect to see when you walk up to a mummy. Now, make an intelligence check.
91.
Out of 70.
91 out of 70?
Yes.
Okay, so this looks like the real deal. So this looks like an actual, honest to God, ancient entity who's been around for a long time, just resting in front of you.
Can I use my luck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So you could spend 21 of your 40 luck to make that a success.
I know you said I'm looking around. Would it be okay if Ida also readied her camera for anything weird that happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
You, it's on the ready at anything.
It's a one shot.
Let's do it.
Drive
do
it
it.
like you stole
Do
it.
Let's do it.
So you're at 19 luck left.
It's fake.
Super fake.
Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ!
You get a little closer, and you notice that some of the fabric on the inside is not the same color as it is on the outside.
It's
and you
a fake.
figure that couldn't happen, right? I mean, this fabric has been around for thousands of years. It should be dark on both sides. You get a little closer, and you look inside, and you notice that the weathering and the pop marks don't go all the way up past what you can't see. Almost as if somebody is either doctored or whatever. Now, it still looks like a corpse to you, but it doesn't look like something that came from ancient Egypt.
They're fake.
How do you know?
From the waist up, it looks real, but below it, is there like anything below like the exposed portion?
Yeah, how fresh is the flesh there?
Like how?
That would be a history check.
Does it look like
We got a 16.
So
good.
because
Does it look like
you
Helen at all?
add this to it, you actually make it.
It's a male.
This should
Okay.
be a
Too
20.
tall.
So it's a 20.
Yeah, so
You got
he
20?
just makes it.
Just makes it. You would say that that something this old definitely would show specific signs of weathering. This itself, this kind of corpse, is probably not thousands of years old or tens of thousands of years old. Instead, it may be only hundreds of thousands or hundreds of years old, if it is indeed a corpse and not a fake.
Interesting.
A voice in your head says, "Well, I mean, I guess you could touch it and find out if it's real."
Yeah, I take my pinky and just
and Ida gasps.
You put your hand and you touch out with your hand, and your finger makes contact with it. Not all that impressive. Not what you would expect.
Who would fake a mummy?
Why would they fake a mummy?
I guess if they don't want kids to touch it, but this is just weird.
Well, not really the kids, but they spent all this time in Egypt bringing back all these artifacts, and they can't bring back a real mummy?
Wait a minute. What if everybody at this museum is part of the cult?
It's possible, but this corpse is only maybe 100, 200 years old.
So it could be a cult trying to hide their most recent kills. And Ida goes to open some of the other sarcophagus.
Well, this man certainly isn't fresh either way.
Okay, so so you're on again. You got both sides to choose from.
Is there a sarcophagus that looks most recently moved within the past couple of days?
Make a spot hidden.
That's a natural one.
Natural
Nice.
1. Okay.
Which is
you,
good at this game.
You stand back and you scan with your keen eyes. You're looking for distinct differences in the way the angle of these things are set. You kind of hone in about halfway down the hall. You see this one large wooden, like ancient wood that's so petrified, it's just gray now. It almost looks like stone. And around it, there are some intricate, hieroglyphics on pieces of papyrus. Inside, you see this very thin, very frail-looking mummy. But now that you've kind of knowing what to look for, you look a little bit closer at it, and you notice that it's actually standing on a board. So you could actually move the exhibit around it, and the mummy wouldn't move.
Okay, I'm having a hard time understanding the significance of that. Like me as a player, I don't know what that means.
Okay, it just means that there's something janky about the way that it's set up. Most of the other ones are set up so that people can't really interfere with it. This one almost looks like it's set up so that there's some kind of interaction that happens with it.
To follow you around.
Oh. I take a picture.
Take a picture?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
make
not to get up, but the people have been saying that they're feeling these presences and hearing these voices. Well, this mummy's able to move. Somebody's operating it.
Does this mummy look like Helen?
It could be a female, but you don't recognize. I mean, it's covered in so many bandages. Plus, it looks, again, at least hundreds of years old, and if not thousands of years
She
old.
holds up the picture of Helen and then puts it down. Okay. So I'm rolling for photography.
Yeah, photography skill, take a picture.
That's a 46. That's a good.
So it's just a regular success?
Yeah, regular success.
Okay. Do me a favor and make our first sanity roll.
Oh my god. which I believe is
That's
roll
a 70. That means that I
roll
am up-
below your sanity.
I rolled below my sanity.
You did roll below your sanity.
did.
What is your
So you made it.
80.
You get up closer to it, and you line the camera up, and just looking for good footing so that you make sure that you get a good photograph. Your foot kind of slips and bumps into a piece of wood that is connected to this mummy. And when you do, you go to get the camera up to your face. Just before you snap the picture, you see it actually move with the floor. And it really creeps you out.
And I jump back.
So without even having to take
I'll
the
run
picture
up
yet,
to
you
her
jump back.
and see what the commotion is.
This thing moves when I step here, but this is odd.
All right, we're going to cut back now.
Yes.
So you guys have been isolated in this part of the museum. And as far as you two know, you can't remember where they said they were going. So we'll start in the Cafeteria of Shadows.
Well, as someone with, given the graces of English gentry, there are plenty of other patrons that I would like to talk to. And I want to see if I can recall, you mentioned Countess Dragomore.
Make an intelligence, I would say like a memory roll. Make an intelligence roll, and this is for your memory.
Yes, and I want to see if I remember a Countess Dragomore, if that's just a fancy title. I make it just with an 80 out of 85.
Okay, so you do know that Countess Dragomore is a real person, right? It's not a fictitious name or anything like
Is
that.
it a fictitious title?
It is a real title.
Okay.
And she is a wealthy countess that hails from a long line of aristocrats with those ties of ancient and secret societies. But you do recall that she and one of the other
Fairchild.
highfalutin, Sir Archibald Fairchild, they left early in the night.
Oh, okay.
So they were some of the ones with the most clout, and they departed
Well.
pretty soon after Dr. Evelyn's speech.
Well, I want to talk to them, but oh well. Who else amongst the patrons would be most prudent to chat with? To possibly get more information on what has been happening, maybe on the expedition, or possibly the sourcing of the funding for this expedition. Or have they all left by now?
Most of those people have left, but you do notice that there is a jovial-looking aristocrat in his 30s. He's got kind of a roguish charm, and he wears a suit adorned with a fancy pocket watch, and you see that he has fingers tucked into the pocket, has a carefree smile. His hair is a little disheveled, but his curious eyes give a hint of a life and adventure. And you do notice that he is hanging around the restaurant area, flirting with one of the young hostesses or waitresses that's there.
Of course he is. Do I recognize this person, or is it just...
I'm going to say that you're going to have to make an intelligence check. See, this is where it's falling apart for me because there's no. You need to look in like a society check is what.
There's no knowledge nobility.
Yes, that's kind of what we're doing, but I'm just putting it in intelligence. So
Would
hopefully
credit
you're.
rating work? Would credit rating work?
Would I know him by his money?
Okay, yes, let's do credit
Fine.
rating. Let's do credit rating. Thank
Is
you. That was
he
good.
old money?
We'll find out.
So that's 60, and I rolled a 33.
All right, so that's just a regular success.
That
or
is
close?
just a regular success.
Okay, you do know this person. It's Lord Percival Worthington III. He is another third. He is he inherited a fascination for ancient civilizations, and he has some kind of training that you know of for collecting rare artifacts during his travels. But he is basically an enthusiast and an amateur archaeologist with really deep pockets. So he's kind of a joke in some circles, but he definitely has the money and he's definitely putting in the time. He just can't get past the fact that he has more money than sense.
Does he happen to have any weird symbols on his, other than his fashion sense? Which, well, being old money, he may actually look okay, but is it evident, possibly weird occult shindigs on him?
Make a spot hidden.
I will attempt to. My notebook is big. I got an 85, so no.
No.
85 out of 45.
Yeah, he has just some flamboyant clothes on. He's not very low key or anything like that. Definitely flaunting his money.
Okay. I may still go up to him and see if I can chat him up and again get clues as to the funding of this expedition.
Okay, so you walk up to him and you notice that he is leaning heavily on the side counter. And make a spot hidden.
No, 55 out of
Okay.
45.
You walk up and
I'm going to spend 10 luck.
okay.
Just got it.
You walk up to him, and as you get there, you notice that he slyly pockets a flask into his pocket,
Fair
and
enough.
immediately he just kind of clears his throat when you approach.
Hello, sir.
Good day, good sir.
I don't think we have met.
No,
possibly
we-
not the same social circles.
Oh, that's a good possibility. He goes, well, let me introduce myself. I
Please.
am... Let me get his official title. I didn't already do
Ooh, okay.
that. I just...
Don't tell me he has like the Victorious
No,
Cross.
it's Lord Percival Worthington III. He says, I am an aspiring archaeologist, but I really think that you can solve most of your problems if you can fund it well enough. And he says, I've had some seriously successful endeavors, nothing, of course, like Dr. Evelyn, and he just kind of begins to ramble about some of his accomplishments. And he goes, and you are?
I am Reginald Augustus Templemount III.
Another third, how intriguing.
Indeed. And I have maybe not as much of a fascination as to fund all of these expeditions in India, as you were speaking of, but I do have a passing knowledge on things and a passing interest, and I was actually curious about the inner workings of funding one of these expeditions. Did you happen to be a part of this one, or no?
No, Dr. Harrington had this funded through a secret fund that she has. I'm not really sure. She doesn't talk about it too much, but apparently she comes from money too. She just doesn't flaunt it like some of us.
Yes. Oh, I mean, I believe it was on the. Well, it was funded by the Walgreen Drugs Company.
Oh no! That's the exhibit
Oh, the
here.
sponsorship.
Yes, that is sponsoring the exhibit here in the museum.
Now,
who funded her actual endeavors into the wiles of Egypt? I
yes,
do not know.
I am curious. One of these sponsors I'm not familiar with. Are you familiar with the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company?
A&P, absolutely.
Yes.
They're one of the biggest costiers around. They provide a wealth of goods. They're traded on the market, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? I should look at my portfolio now. Do you know how well they're doing?
Make an intelligence check and
Okay.
see if you've ever...
And/or credit rating?
Credit. It's credit. God, I keep forgetting about credit. Yes,
It's all good.
Credit. Let's do credit.
I got 23, which is
got
actually a
Hard success?
Hard success
You
for
know that
money.
The Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, they basically got their hands into everything. They import, export. They have a chain of stores that eventually become A&P grocery stores.
Okay.
Oh wait, this is real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, well, I had never heard of it as a player. I haven't heard of that, but also possible backdrop. If I were someone investigating this into the occult and some
Right.
occult, it's like, yes, a worldwide company with a bunch of imports. Flag. Okay.
It's the Illuminati.
Of course it is. That's what,
You
it's
hear
Call of
this big
Cthulhu.
puzzle piece just
A big triangle
shift
piece,
into
puzzle
place.
piece.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. I will have to talk to my broker about the next time.
Absolutely. So, do you know Dr. Evelyn Harrington?
I have I am a correspondence of hers. I have been delving into some writing of my own, and I had a passing interest, an idea for a book that dealt a lot with Egyptology and the like, and I wanted to get first-hand knowledge, well, second-hand from the source, at least. So I contacted various archaeologists, and Dr. Evelyn Harrington has been very very generous in her knowledge of giving knowledge for my research. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, she seems to have stood me up. He looks down at his pocket watch, and you notice when he pulls it out, his pocket watch, I don't think you could pay any more money for a watch. This thing is probably the most expensive thing you would ever consider buying for a watch. Well, not really, but... and so, yes, she should have been here half an hour ago. I wonder where she could be. What's keeping her?
that is an interesting... Well, perhaps the fatigue of having to host this event and also doing it again tomorrow with more people may have caused her to take an early bedtime. Which...
Yes. Well... hopefully not, because we have some very important business that we need to discuss for funding for future events and stuff. And
Of course.
she seemed rather interested in what I had to say.
Possibly more your pocketbook, but I understand.
Thank you for noticing.
Yes.
He seems very proud of his money and his wealth.
Yes. And I am also feeling a little naffed, if you will. I think I will also begin my retirement from the event and come out all of this with a fresh mind.
Very well, very well. He goes, late
Can I-
nights aren't for everybody. And you see that he
although-
just keeps reaching for his hip pocket as he wants to turn around.
Yes, and I will do one more thing. I'll do a nicety of saying, "Oh yes, we must get lunch at some point." And
Absolutely.
possibly
Absolutely.
discuss more about these expeditions that you have funded.
Maybe the Fox and Hound Club.
Certainly.
Make a credit check.
44. That makes it.
All right. So you know Fox and Hound Club is probably the most expensive place that you can go in Brooklyn to eat.
That sounds familiar, actually. From real life, that sounds familiar. And, I mean, I can go there. I can order something.
Absolutely.
Now, whether I will actually go, yeah. But I'm going to take this information that I have gathered, and I will start making my way towards my compatriots
Okay.
to see how they're doing.
Yes, the last thing you saw was Ida walking around the corner back to where Evelyn gave her first
Yes.
speech, and then Declan quickly following behind.
Yes.
And you notice that Frederick kind of schmoozed his way through the exhibit hall over to the library, which will join him now.
Yes.
So you begin perusing the books, starting on the bottom shelf and working your way up, and you notice that there is a lot of these large tomes that were written by archaeologists from a long time ago that documented their works and stuff. Some of these books, however, you know from your experience in dealing with like writing and libraries and stuff, would be books that you wouldn't really touch barehanded. You're going to want something like the linen glove or something
Rosary.
to make sure that you're not damaging the books as you're looking through them. But just looking at the spines and stuff, they get pretty deep. Some of them are cataloging what was found in Cleopatra's tomb. That book itself, you think, oh, you could buy a decent piece of property with that. Some of these books are way more expensive than you'd expect to see in a library such as this. Now, Mega Spot Hidden Check.
Now, the amulet of Nephron, like, we really don't know anything about the culture around that yet, do we?
Not yet.
Okay. 2.
Ooh.
Pretty good.
All right.
Astute.
You're coming across a couple of these books, and you notice that one of them is kind of falling apart at the edge, and you kind of just go up to it and gently brush it aside, and your mind immediately says, this book's a fake.
How about that?
And you can spot a fake.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to pull it off the shelf.
Pull it off the shelf. You notice that this one is documenting a trek that was taken between Upper and Lower Egypt, where there was a route on the Nile that was, that's supposed to be involved with some kind of a dark and sinister purpose for an Egyptian pharaoh. He had some kind of a mission that had to be carried out. And make a, did you say of Egyptology or on yours?
Egyptian language.
Make a, I'm gonna say make a history check on this one.
History.
You got this.
I believe in you.
It looks like a 31.
Yeah.
It's a success?
You said history?
Yeah.
As cool as that dice is, it's very
There's
hard to
a-
read from over here.
Just a regular pass.
Regular success?
Yeah.
Okay. You recognize the story, and it's the story of an ancient pharaoh who sent his men out to do something like extremely savage to another noble or royal just to gain power. And you pull the book out of the shelf and carefully open the binding, and you notice there's just something off about the way that it was written. This book is not what it claims to be. The cover itself is pretty convincing, but
inside, it's a totally different
inside
book.
it's a totally different book.
I just want to flip through it and just see, like, is it just random words made to look like a book, or
It's
is it?
random hieroglyphs repeated over and over again. You can see that some of them even have like a faint print mark where these have actually been printed or forfeited or counterfeited.
Well, as I leaf through it, I'm going to look around, see if anybody's watching, as I just nonchalantly flip through the book.
Okay, you flip through the book and make a spot hidden check since you're looking specifically. 70.
70 even, yeah.
And that's your skill? Spot hidden? What's your
Probably
skill?
not.
Oh, no, definitely
No,
not.
it's a fail?
We're not
Yes.
investigative journalists over here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. All right. So you, looking around you, don't see anybody really paying you much attention.
All right, I'm going to open up my breast pocket. Look inside.
A thief.
Make a stealth check.
All right.
I'm sorry, sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
We're far beyond stealth.
That was 95.
That was a hard fail.
You're even beyond luck.
All right. You hear heavy footsteps behind you, and you notice that once thought to be a really frail lady has ambly got down that ladder and is like looking at you, and she is mad dogging you as you're doing this.
I'm just gonna like play it off like I was dusting it off, and just.
I'm gonna make a roll for her.
Please roll 100. Please roll 100.
Okay. She looks you square in the eye, and she's like, "Yes, they're rather dusty, aren't they?"
Yes, very dusty. I'm just cleaning it for you. Nice book, by the way.
Do you
Very
know that
authentic.
book?
Very authentic. I love this book. It's one of my favorites.
Your verse in hieroglyphs?
Is this a deaf woman?
Yeah.
And she's understanding me.
Ah.
Okay. I actually do read hieroglyphs. I thought you were deaf, by the way.
Oh, I'm just hard of hearing. I can hear if I'm close enough. And she kind of takes another step closer, and it
Oh.
begins to talk even louder. Make a psychology check.
She's gonna deck you.
Why do I keep...
90 something.
Wow.
Yeah.
These dice are
I'm not using those
perverse.
anymore.
90. Okay, that's all right. So you she comes to you, and she seems like she's genuine in the fact that yes, hard of hearing. She needs to be closer to you to understand what you're saying.
All right, so I'm gonna look around, see if there's anything like, is she behaving, like, does she have an earpiece? Would they have an earpiece?
No,
Nope.
they didn't.
Okay.
Not in
They wouldn't
1920s.
have- Okay.
So
Oh, yeah,
you want to just
technology.
make an investigation of what she
Just
looks like?
see, because something's off about her.
We're gonna call
Because I was
that-
speaking pretty loudly a while ago.
Roll Cthulhu Mythos.
Roll, is this woman the devil?
Let's just do regular spot hidden.
Spot
You're looking
hidden.
for something that is
Just off
not
about
obvious.
She's one of the mummies that came out.
30.
She's frail.
So that was a fail.
So
Oh
fail?
my gosh.
Okay. So you don't
Yeah.
see anything like out of the ordinary. She seems pretty convincing, so you kind of start to believe what she is selling.
And what is it exactly you do here?
Ah, well, I'm glad you asked. She
Sure,
says,
you're all the
I am
voltages."
I'm the Egyptology expert and linguist here at the library. I make sure that everything that we've collected is authentic and genuine, and also some of the stuff that comes in through the loading docks and stuff isn't properly cataloged, and I need to go back and double check and make sure where it's supposed to be.
Right.
And you notice that she has this this place is very well organized.
Right, so that's your job. You make sure everything's authentic, right?
Authentic and in the right place and cataloged carefully so we can see and find everything we need.
Well, that's just wonderful. What do you think about this book?
She looks at the cover and she's like, well, I don't really buy into some of the things that we get for history in here, especially when it's talking about some of these pharaohs. She says, maybe you should try something on this side of the shelf. And she points, and so the shelves are stacked from floor to ceiling, but there's like a kind of a barrier or wall on the other side where the rest of the books are.
And when you say you don't buy into this, you mean the
Just the way that they're written. I don't know how authentic it is, or if somebody has taken their work and expanded upon it, or even written over some of the hieroglyphs. We've seen that where people have actually copied on top of other people's work. And you recognize that. That's kind of something that you may have uncovered in the past, where people rewriting history, so to speak.
All right, well, I'm going to walk over where she gestured and...
Okay, so you walk around the side, and she's like, over here, and she points down, and you notice that there's this row of books that are like ancient looking, and it's like they're just barely holding themselves together. Probably some of the oldest books that you have encountered.
All right, and can I tell if they're real or not?
Spot hidden? You walk up, you got to get closer to see them.
All right. 000.
That's a 100, my
That is
man.
what's a phone.
That's a 100. Is that an automatic fail?
That is an automatic fail.
Oh
That's
my
that's like rolling a
gosh.
1.
They really hate you today.
Oh,
These
you
dice.
don't-
Thank you.
All right, so you get down and you look at these books, and you're like, man, these are old. And you kind of thumb through some of the manuscripts and the covers, and these look like the real deal to you. You are now convinced that they're the real deal.
They are the real deal.
However, I need you to make a dexterity check.
She's gonna shove you into
She is
those
going to
bookshelves.
You're so gonna die.
Woman's about to.
From
What's your health?
dexterity is I don't know. Let's
Dexterity,
roll the dexterity.
42.
See what happens. 35. Just made it.
Under I
Just a regular
best.
success?
Regular best.
Regular success? Okay, so you're down looking at it, and then just something in the back of your neck, a little hair stands up, and you immediately kind of just look over your shoulder, and these old eyes that were looking at you earlier seem to have kind of glossed over a little bit, and out of nowhere, this old lady comes lunging at you with a syringe. Somewhere producing from her person is a syringe, and she lunged at you, and you were able to move out of the way.
I was able to dodge her.
Yes.
So what are you gonna do about
The
that?
bloody hell is wrong with you? So I'm gonna slowly back away just in case she tries to attack me again, and I'm gonna
Ooh.
pick up one of the books off the one that about fits in my hand like that, and just start backing away.
Okay, so you pull a book and start backing away. Do you have a question?
Yes. As Reginald is going back to see possibly in the back, did I happen to hear the yelling?
This was
of-
in the middle of your conversation with the other guy.
Okay, and
So
I'm
we're-
completely
yeah.
far on.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're on the other side right now having that conversation, at least for a little bit longer while he is in
Okay.
this encounter.
What about us?
You're
You're
way
far
away.
enough away. Yeah.
We
so
are.
right now,
you
you
gotta
take,
go
a,
back.
you
You're all
take
the
a
way over
mental
here.
inventory of where you are right now. You're behind
Right there.
one of these walls. See where number
you guys
4
are
is?
here.
We're here.
See where number 4 is?
Yeah.
You're towards the bottom of the
He's-
map
he's
behind
here.
one of
Reginald's
these
here,
walls.
yeah.
Alone with this lady that just lunged at you. So you have like a split second to react. Her reaction or action was coming at you with a syringe.
All right, I'm gonna hold the book in one hand, the cane in the other. I'll say, "Ma'am, I'm gonna give you one opportunity. What the hell is in that syringe?"
Okay, so she uses a sleight of hand. Oh my goodness.
You're so gonna die. From an old
Already,
lady.
man. I didn't make it through.
Luckily, she missed it by 6, and I don't give my player my
Luck.
NPCs.
They don't
any
get
luck.
luck.
They don't get luck.
Yeah.
So she tries to immediately hide it behind you and play that
Hey.
whole whatever do you mean, dear? But as she's saying it, you can clearly see the needle sticking out from behind her.
Easy now. Let's have a look. Let's have a
I'm
look.
sorry, this was just a big misunderstanding. This is my medication, you
A
see.
misunderstanding. Well, you're not really deaf, are you?
I am hard of hearing. I'm not deaf. I can still hear when we're close enough. And she again takes that step towards you.
I mean, you take one more step towards me, I swear
Oh,
to
I
God.
don't mean anything.
All right, listen. What do you think about? Did you know?
You're going to investigate her
right
after
now?
she's tried to
Yes,
kill you?
Yes. I can't remember her name.
With the one I was talking to, the one you're talking to, Amelia Turner,
Not Amelia Turner, the one that went missing.
Helen Davenport.
Davenport.
You know, something, while I've got your attention, I swear to God, you take one more step towards me, I swear to God.
You can see in her eyes that she is, even though she's old, she's calculating right now her odds.
Something's off about all these stories I keep hearing about this woman that went missing. You said you catalog these books, right?
Yes.
That's your job.
Yes.
Okay. So you spend a lot of time here, right?
Yes.
Have you
yes.
heard any voices? Anything out of the ordinary?
Uh,
I swear to God, take one more step towards me. I'm not joking.
Now, I haven't heard any voices myself, she says. Sam has reported that several other people that work here have. And then also there's been some things moving around, like out of the corner of your eye, but nothing I've seen. No, I spend most of my time in here.
All right, so this is what's about to happen. You're gonna drop that needle on the ground, nice and easy, and you're gonna walk out that door.
All right, so you are basically here,
4, yeah.
and she is here,
You would-
blocking the only exit you have.
Oh, she's on this side of the room.
She's in that area, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Blocking you from the exit.
All right.
Because
You should kick her in the shins. I don't know.
I don't know if I want to
She
attack
just
her.
kind of seems like
I'm definitely not a fighter.
she kind of seems like she's taken off guard at this, and she doesn't seem offended.
All right. Well, you just drop the needle and walk out that door.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is just medication for me. I think there's been a misunderstanding.
Oh, I'm sure there has. Can you drop it on the floor?
She pulls out a small case. She's like, just pulls out a small case, and it's like a
Right. So
sunglasses
you have
case,
plenty then.
a hard
Yeah.
case that she puts it in there and closes it, just like that, and then just lays it on the floor. She says, no harm.
All right. Well, it was nice to meet you. Maybe we'll talk later, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Bye now.
And she just kind of stands in the doorway, and is like right next to her feet.
I'm just gonna look her in the eye. Bye now.
All right. I'll see you.
you're in her domain. You got
She's standing in the
Are
door.
you going? Are you leaving?
Oh yeah, after you. I'm still gonna have a look around, but you're done here.
Oh no, I work here.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you move a little bit away from me? Just move a little to the side, and I'm gonna wait and see what she does.
This is kind of a.
She's standing in the door, right?
Yes,
Did I hear
correct.
that
She's
right?
standing in the door.
Okay.
So this is kind of a passive aggressive, but it's still an intimidation check.
Right.
So you're basically trying to intimidate her out of your way. So make an
Okay.
intimidation roll. And you're dealing with somebody that's intelligent. So
Oh my God, I
52.
swear to God. 52.
52 out of. Did you put any points in it?
What is intimidation?
Middle towards the fourth, fifth one down. So normal 15%.
Did you put any points in it?
I did not.
15. So yeah, you super
That's a
failed.
hard though.
She kind of stands there and goes, well, I don't know. If you get out there, who knows what you might say. I mean, this was just a big
Oh,
misunderstanding, right?
of
Seems to be
course
kind
it
of
was.
backpedaling to make sure that you're not going to kind of rat her out.
It was just a misunderstanding. You were taking your medication, you slipped and fell, and yeah, why don't we just leave it at that? But I would appreciate if you just left that there. That would be great.
All right, absolutely, she says, and she basically just kind of her attention seems to be just grabbed in another direction, and she says, "Well, let me know if you have any questions." And she walks over 3 shelves over and slides the ladder and starts to climb up the ladder and look at some of the books towards the top shelf.
Okay, she's up on the ladder now. Is she looking at me?
Yeah, every so often she glances over her shoulder, just
I'm gonna-
keeping shop.
Take a book. How far away am I from her?
She walked halfway across the room, so she's probably only like 16
feet.
16 feet away.
All right, I'm gonna hold a book about mid-level and just drop it
Okay.
and see what her reaction is.
She does not seem to react to the sound of it dropping, but it definitely makes a big sound on the ground when it
Alright.
hits.
Well, I'm gonna pick up the case, or attempt to, and walk and just see if I can find out where everyone else is.
Okay, so you pick up the case and you navigate out. You notice that this is a standard hypodermic case where they keep large needles, and it's one of those funky needles that has the 2 finger grips and
Yeah.
then the 3rd finger grip for where you do this, and it's a pretty thick needle. But that's from
horse
and then
pill of
inside
needles.
the case. You can safely put it in your pocket. It won't poke you or anything.
Okay.
So you want to turn away and leave from the library?
I am going to keep an eye on her as I walk away, but I would like to look at the needles and see if I can tell what kind of
Solution is in there.
Solution?
Yeah, solution
Okay,
is-
so make a medicine check, which is a 1% unless you put skills in it.
Oh, why you make me waste my good roll on a 1%?
Yeah, he rolled a 14, but it's only 1.
So you didn't put any points in
We
it?
can go talk to my wife. But
Okay, so yeah, so you can't really discern. You kind of pop the case open and you're looking at it, and it's a clear, kind of thick liquid.
All right. I'm going to hang on to it. I'm going to put it in my pocket.
Okay, so you put it in your pocket. So you put syringe in your pocket, and you walk over to the ropes. And as you are, you notice that Reginald is walking out of the cafeteria pretty much at this exact moment. And you kind of lock eyes across the exhibit, and you notice that you see a couple walking up the stairs and heading out the door. And you notice that Sam is up there, and he's kind of locking the door as people are leaving. You don't know what time it is, though. Nobody's checked in a while.
I check my watch.
All right. Seeing people leaving, you look at your watch going, are we keeping people here? And you notice that it is exactly 11:59.
Ah, yes.
Am I...
Yeah, and
Earshot of him.
I'll walk up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
well-
you guys kind of meet across the thing and
I limp over.
And is
go-
she listening?
who?
The librarian.
The
The library? You've walked a few steps away from her, so she is on the, you can see her tending to the books on the shelf.
Bloody hell, mate. You won't believe what just happened.
Well, tell me, and I'll see if I believe it.
Well, I'd love to. Listen, the old librarian, you know, did you see the woman up on the ladder?
No, I
Did
was
you
talking to
you
a
have no
man
idea
in a
what I'm
very
talking about,
tacky
do you?
coat.
Okay, there was a woman on a ladder, and she I swear she told me she was deaf, or she implied she was deaf.
Uh-huh.
I go in and I'm looking at the books, and this old wench lunged at me with a needle. I'll show him the needle.
I take it and I look. It's like. Oh
Any
my.
idea what that is?
You want a medicine check?
Well, I only have 1%.
Might as well try.
Yeah, 74. So, well, I don't know, but
You're like, I'm a scholar, not a doctor.
yes, I don't know, but I believe my wife would know.
Be on you.
She is a nurse.
Your wife, the one that's here with you.
No.
Oh, well, then
we have.
It doesn't really help us much, does it?
No, not right
Okay.
now. But well, if she had an intention to stab you, and we're very hushed, then I don't think it's going to be very good.
No, I don't think there's anything good in there. I don't think she was giving me vitamins, mate.
Well, it is now midnight.
Both of you make a listen roll.
God, 85.
25, which is a success for me.
It's a fail for me.
Just a success. Normal success.
Okay, you hear some commotion coming from the library area, and you look over and you notice that there's no one there.
In the library.
And just a few seconds ago, she was on a ladder tending to books.
Did I happen to see that while I was walking my way over?
Do an intelligence check for a memory to see if you noticed that when you were walking over here.
73,
Out of
which for
85.
me, yeah, is out of 85.
Yeah. You do remember seeing her up and down the ladder, but when you walked over here and started your conversation, she was on the ladder, several feet off of the ground. You have to move pretty quick to get out of your sight in that short amount of time.
Tell me, you saw a woman in that room just now, right?
I did, as I was walking over.
And you don't see her now, do you? The bloody hell is going
Well,
on, mate?
I don't
Are we
know.
all
I mean,
off the reservation?
it is about midnight. People are beginning to leave. Sam is over there locking it. So perhaps she is done for tonight?
Make a spot hidden check.
Oh, perhaps we best be on your guard, mate.
28, which is a normal success.
Sam is not by the door,
And he was just there.
and he's not anywhere to be seen. You get this eerie feeling that you're alone right now. And then we'll cut to you two. briefly. So you are looking at the mummies, and you just tried to take a picture of what you thought was going to be
And then
a
it moved.
really good shot. And as you're looking through the eyepiece, you notice that you feel just the world kind of closing in around you for that brief moment. And then your foot brushed something on the floor, which appeared to make this thing move. And it really freaked you out. So you're getting an uneasy feeling. And the longer you stay here, it feels like maybe some of your sanity is going to unravel.
Ada screams really loud.
Screams?
As loud as she can, yeah.
Okay, so
Oh.
maybe a constitution
Awesome.
check.
To see.
And that's going to see how far that scream resonates.
Roll a one. Let's see how it happens.
That's a 25 and I have a con of 40.
Okay, so
Nice.
perfect. You let out a scream that comes from below your diaphragm, and it just fills the air and echoes through the hall.
What the
You and Frank
hell are
cover-
you doing?
You and Frank cover your ears to just not listen to that loud.
Do we hear it
screeching sound.
echoing off the walls?
I assume we hear that.
Yes. A moment after you notice that Sam is not there, a scream comes, and it just
Cane
comes
boys are at it.
echoing through the hall.
You know
Yeah.
Look at this.
what? From his
And right there
vest pocket.
is where we're going to take a break.
Oh. I pulled out my gun. Bang!
I guess. Horribly.
You two are standing in the middle of this giant hallway filled with mummies on either side, and you can still hear the scream echoing through the halls in front of you and behind you. Immediately, coming from behind you, you start to hear some footsteps, followed by large clanking sounds.
Is this us?
Yeah, no, I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, they're running.
Yeah, Ida looks it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I-
Which way are you going?
I'm going back towards room number 2, back to the Egyptian exhibit.
Okay, so you're going back to the main hall with the main exhibit.
Yes.
All right. And Declan.
Being careful when I run past the ambulance.
I'm going to pull out my service weapon from my vest pocket and follow her.
Okay, so you pull out your service weapon and you feel the familiar cold steel in your hand as you go, and it gives you a little bit of safety, bringing you back. That voice in your head, is that going to be enough? As you guys start
We're
to
gonna find
get down
out.
the hall. You round the corner where the exhibit is, and just as you hear the clatter of footsteps and canes hitting the floor, coming your direction, you notice that the amulet has a strange little sparkle from that one spot that you just can't seem to ignore when you look at it.
I yell at and I can see these two. I yell at them before they cross past the amulet to stop.
Okay, you all stop.
And I yell at them, something weird's going on.
Do I see him coming?
Yeah, he's coming behind her, yeah.
So
and
I
you see that he's armed.
drawn iron.
Yeah.
And I will draw mine.
Okay, so he has some armed people.
Something weird is going on. There's a crazy lady yelling at me. You both have pistols out. What the bloody hell? Can I look at the amulet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do I see the sparkle?
Okay, so when you look at the amulet, let's go make a spot hidden check.
Okay. 71.
71. Let me pull up Frederick. And you have a spot hidden of 25. Okay, so no, when you see the amulet, it's pretty much like you saw it encased in glass, and it's a pretty thick glass that gives off a big reflection from some of the lights around here, so it kind of masks what it really looks like. Do you want to go up to it and cross the roads?
I don't think I would have a reason to. It just looks normal to me.
Looks normal. Okay, so you guys kind of meet and then freeze and are staring at each other with the amulet in the center.
I look at Declan like, is there anything coming from the hallway?
I turn around and look.
Turn from behind you.
Yes.
Make a spot hidden check.
We got a 62 out of 25, so no.
Okay, you don't hear anything, but you swear you hear footsteps echoing behind you where there's nobody.
I spin around the other way.
Spin around the other way, and that's, you're just looking at them now.
Okay, then I spin around the other way again.
And you're looking down the Hall of Mummies. You don't see anything.
What has
I
got
get-
y'all so shook up?
These mummies are fake and they're moving.
They're fake and they're moving.
Yes.
And okay.
We opened the sarcophagus.
I'm sorry.
That was
You what?
We opened the sarcophagus.
We just want to talk to them.
Yeah, we were gonna talk
He's
to the
eaten
mummy.
one. Have you eaten one?
No.
Am I the only saint?
Granted, I did hear some of my peers do something eccentric as that.
Well,
Look, I was in Giza. It was a bed. It's a long story.
That I can understand.
Anyway,
I mean,
We've all been
you
there.
served.
yes, I served.
Yes.
Yes.
Declan, there's
It
a
does
chuckle in
weird
your
things.
head. I was so close to winning that bet.
No, next time, I guess.
Either way, so you open a sarcophagus, and what happened next?
I was going to talk to the mummy.
Naturally.
Because that makes sense.
Yes, they're here the longest in the museum. They wouldn't, and they see what all is going on.
Talk to a lot of mummies, have you?
Yes.
Did it happen to say anything?
No, because it's fake. That's why I didn't talk.
That's why.
If it was real,
Why
I
did
would
you
have talked to it.
Okay, then why did we hear you screaming?
What was that scream
it
about?
moved. It's moving, and it's coming, and we don't know where it is.
I point my gun toward where they ran from.
Okay,
Just
so you
in
look
case.
down the Hall of Mummies. You're seeing this kind of for the first time.
Yeah.
You see this nice, organized row on either side. Where on the left side in the interior of the building, there's like half pieces of glass, like half wall, keeping the mummies, like I guess, protected from children or some small hands touching them.
Yeah.
The ones on the exterior wall are up on plinths or pedestals to where they're resting so they can't be touched easily. She's talking about halfway down, another 20 feet from where, or even 40 feet actually from where you are on the other side of the amulet. You can't really see what she's pointing at, but she's pointing.
Well, with my revolver pointed, I'm going to go ahead and slowly walk my way over. And I think at this point my limp seems to fade away because now I am in
The mode. You're in the
I am
zone.
in the mode combat, and I'm going to slowly walk over with my compatriots.
Feeling the sense of safety from seeing all of these people with weapons, Ida begins to prepare to take some sort of shot at anything that she can see.
Okay. So, waiting for that moment for that journalistic shot.
Yes.
That's all you think about.
Frederick, what you
Is
do?
all you think about money?
Well, what else is there?
Well, there is a little bit more.
You know what's crazy?
Yes.
Is you said there were fake mummies.
Yeah.
Fake mummies.
It's
What
fake.
were they made of? Could you
Well-
tell?
They're not as old.
They're
as
not
they
as
say.
old. Yeah.
They're only about 100 years
Okay,
old.
so they were obviously placed there.
They were deliberately placed to fool us.
You know what's crazy? You know, I'm a collector myself of rare and valuable things, and these books, some of them are fake. Some of the most valuable ones are fake.
So
They are.
what in this museum is real?
So either this
That's
is a
what I'm
massive
wondering.
scam, or there's something afoot.
Well, you said something. You said the old lady.
The old lady, yeah, the one that
Tried
was
to-
definitely there.
Yes, and so was Sam.
Uh-huh.
But earlier, and I'm still trying to look for whatever is going on, but I am talking. You said she tried to. Oh, and this is
Assault me.
news to you. Assault you and stab
She
you with a
was trying to
syringe.
stab me with a syringe.
Why didn't you whack her?
Why didn't she succeed?
Well,
Why
I'm
didn't you
not-
whack her?
I'm not as spry as I once was, but
Chivalry is not exactly dead yet.
right.
But fake books, fake mummies, and she tried to rid you of this mortal coil. Well, I can understand one theory that perhaps she is trying to peddle ancient books and artifacts, and possibly so is Mr. Raymond.
I don't think she
Where
was
is
a
the
fan.
professor? Where is she?
I understand that the professor left
Did anybody see her leave?
about.
Is there anyone around us at all?
I'm assuming it would be
What?
nice.
Where is?
Your voices seem to echo through as if you were the only ones here for an extended period of time.
Maybe it's time to go.
I would agree.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
All right, let's get out of here.
I'm going to back away. I am not going to look away from whatever she said is down here. So I'm going to back away slowly.
Right. The moving. It was probably just a trick of the light. I mean, mummies.
You didn't
Let's
see
go.
it. You didn't see it. Wish I had gotten that shot. And as she says that, she takes one shot of the hallway.
Just to extend it, like all of the mummies. You line the camera up and going to make a photography roll.
Yeah. That's a 6. So that's a critical. Well, not critical. A really successful.
Extreme.
Yeah,
Extreme.
because, photographing 90.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Make a sanity roll.
Oh!
Oh. Okay.
It's biting me. Okay.
95.
It's a 42 and my sanity is 80.
Okay.
Okay, so you look through the eyepiece of your camera and you line it up, and you're looking for, some contrast between the sarcophagi and the light marble and stone floors, and you're getting your camera lined up to where everything is nice and centered. And all of a sudden, you start to focus in, and it's almost as if the light starts to drain out of the room. And again, you get that feeling where everything's closing in around you. And as you're looking down through the camera, you can clearly see one of the mummies moving in place, shifting,
Do I get the shot?
and then you take the picture.
Oh.
Do we see that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, y'all just see her take a picture.
We're just looking at her.
And I yell,
Okay.
"Run! We have to go! I just got the shot."
Of what?
And she doesn't. She books it.
Okay. So you run
Go.
out to the front entrance.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all begin just like Breakfast Club, running through the hallways, full speed towards the door. Get up to the door.
It's locked, I'm
It
sure.
is locked.
Okay, I'm gonna kick the door.
All right, what's your strength?
60.
So now you look at the door as you swing your foot out, and this isn't like your flimsy glass panel door. This is a large, heavy door to a institutionalized building that is meant to withstand burglary. So you're going to have to do this at a hard success, even to make it worth it.
Nope.
68. Nope.
Yeah. So you kick at the door, and I mean, it doesn't even budge.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the lock.
All right, so you look at the lock, and you notice that the lock itself is built into the door, and it's a two-part lock where one of the locks reach over and one of the locks reach in, so it locks from both. So when you shoot the lock, one of the mechanisms starts to wiggle, but it's bound by the other mechanism inside the door, holding it fast. It's a failsafe.
Damn.
Are there any windows?
Oh, the open windows.
The open windows.
The windows are all up in the air,
Those are
except
cool.
for the ones at street level that, again, are very barred with heavy bars, iron bars on the outside of the windows, almost as a decorative feature.
Is
but
there an upper level to the museum, or is it all?
There is. So if you look at your map, you'll notice that the stairways in the back go down, and the stairways in the front, stairways A and B, go up to the roof. And on the roof, there is actually, I don't think, does it mention it on the,
We don't have a roof
No.
image.
I'm sorry, I
That's
should have
okay.
put that. On the roof is an observatory, and it is called the Observatory of the Stars. As you get close to the steps, you notice a sign leading upwards. Observatory of the Stars, this way, leading you up the stairs.
Well, get us to the
Let's
roof.
go.
Can,
Let's go.
as he tries to kick down the door, can I take out the photo and show it to Frederick and be like,
Oh no, you have to develop it.
oh, I forgot that is something I have to do.
This is
Oh, this
1920s.
is 1920.
Okay.
We don't have.
developer yet. Okay, cool.
And you'll need
Pull
to
out my
make that
smartphone.
photography skill again
Yeah.
when you develop.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Do I need a darkroom to develop?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I totally forgot I needed that.
It's like, well,
I pulled my cell phone out of
Yeah.
my pocket. Oops.
Oopsie.
oh, wait, what's the
Polaroid.
phone?
All right.
No, it existed in 1800s. Anyway,
That's what do you mean?
we're gonna, let's get upstairs.
Okay, you go up the stairs, and the stairs kind of go up, and then they switch back and go up even higher. The stairs themselves are an ornate marble stair with these heavy brass railings. And you notice that as you get to the top of the stairs and turn the corner for the switchback, you look up at the top of that staircase and you notice stanchions with red rope blocking off the stairs. And as you get a little closer, you see that there's a sign hanging on it, and kind of crooked a little bit, and it says, "Attraction closed."
I think this point would be the easiest to defend. There's only one way up, right?
Can we
There's
get
two
to
staircases that go to the same place.
And can we reach the windows from up there?
You'd have to go upstairs and see, but you don't really know if there's any windows or not. From where you're standing, you can't see any. The windows are on the outside of the building. Right now, you're working on the inside interior structure. There's actually no windows on this part. Maybe if you get up higher.
We need to try to go up as high up as possible. I'm sure there's a roof access somewhere. We have to get out of this building.
Point of order. My idea of what the party order is, because we're in a stressful situation. Let's make them. I don't want to throw you under the bus, but I'm imagining you going first.
Okay.
And then we have the Squisher Beans, and then I'll cover the rear.
That makes sense.
Okay,
to
that
me.
makes sense to me.
Okay.
I like that.
I mean, we're all Squisher Beans in Call of Cthulhu,
Yeah.
but we have guns and some combat experience.
And you have
So
a cane.
I have a cane.
And I got my camera.
you barely survived an encounter with an
an
old woman.
You didn't see how fast she was.
She was very deaf. In his defense.
Maybe the deafness was transferable.
Right, suddenly,
Oh no, he's got the soundboard and everything.
What is that?
Move.
Let's
you
go.
hear
Go,
a loud
go,
banging
go, go,
sound
go.
coming from the Hall of Mummies.
They're all awake.
What if it's a security guard? Let's
No,
check it out.
no. We gotta go.
I grab your shoulder and I shove you upstairs. Over that
I just-
Easy, mate. Easy.
Shove the rope out of the way.
Okay, you push the stanchion out of the way. It's only there, again, not to block access, but to let you know that you're not supposed to be at
Can
this
I put
point.
it back up so they don't know where we are? If they
Can you put the
knock it
stanchion back up?
If you
Yeah,
knock it
yeah,
over,
yeah.
yeah.
You
I
can
don't
leave
think the
them
mummies are
undisturbed.
gonna care about the rope.
Well, in case, I get that they're brain dead.
You
but-
walk upstairs
Are they?
into this room, and it immediately marvels you. The observatory of the stars is a celestial haven with a large telescope and depiction of constellations on the walls. Soft lighting bathes the room in a cosmic glow.
And we hit the.
The top of the walls have these large half circular windows. All of them appear to be shut, in case anybody's wondering, which are roughly 20 feet off of the ground before you can actually reach the window. This part of the building is kind of like it sits next to those really tall hallways on either side, but you notice that the windows are probably about 10 or 12 feet above where the top of the roof would be when you speculated standing in the Hall of Mummies. So this is kind of like a split layer going up.
So to reach the windows, we would need to climb 12 feet.
You would need to get at least 12 feet to be able to get towards the windows. In the center of the room, there's some large benches that go in a nice circular pattern, and then in the center of it is a large, it just looks like a big dais. You know what a dais is? It's just several steps that lead
Yes.
up to a platform. And then behind
A throne
the
would be placed on a
platform,
dais.
Okay.
behind the platform is a large telescope, but the telescope itself does not appear to be functional because it's not pointing out of any of the windows. But you do notice that there's a large mechanism on it with a crank that would crank it up to the point where it could see through some of these windows, and maybe even further up, judging by the amount of gears that are here.
Would like see the sky?
And also, the idea would possibly be we could, say, crank it up to one of these windows and maybe climb on
Right.
top of the telescope to the window.
You hear more commotion coming from downstairs.
Cool.
Just so everybody knows, I think that the only way that you can see these things is through a lens.
Through a lens?
Through a camera lens or through a telescope.
Make a psychology check.
Okay. 81
81.
out of 10.
She seems to know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Sounds sound.
Oopsie.
Well, considering that you seem to be the only one to have
Seen it.
seen these,
But I don't know how much seeing them matters when we can hear them.
I don't know if we want to see them.
Okay,
I'm preferable
let's-
of trying to.
let's get cranking.
Yes, if we can possibly angle this telescope to the windows, we could possibly get out of here.
Alright, we'll start cranking.
Yeah, we're gonna see
Sounds
what we
good.
can do with getting this telescope moving.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding is you want to angle the telescope towards the window so you can climb on the back of it.
I don't know if it'd be strong enough.
Well-
it probably would support maybe the lightest person's weight, maybe. The
Oh,
structure
it's not that chunky.
it is not like the Hubble telescope or anything massive. It is just one to peer through the windows that are already in here.
Oh, never mind.
The mechanism itself, when you crank it, will lift it up off of the ground, and it would almost reach the window, but it's meant to just look through the windows and then be aimed at another window and look through the window. And you notice how the windows, when they have this large circular pane in the center, that is very clear. So it looks like you can look through at certain angles through the telescope out the windows without having to open them.
Okay.
Why would
Think
that
of a
matter?
lighthouse. You know how a
Yeah.
lighthouse has those round and it's
Yeah.
similar to that.
So if we can't get out with them, why would they matter?
Because it's a very cool bit of writing, and he just wanted to let us know that it was a thing. No,
Maybe
it
we're
may be.
supposed to look through it.
It may be important, and also maybe he wants us to look through the windows.
Alright, somebody else do it. I'm on guard.
I have a gun.
Alright,
Would you
I
like to
will
take a look,
through it. I
Mr.
don't know.
Skeptic?
Mr. Skeptic.
Yeah. Maybe I'll see one of y'all mummies.
Okay.
Crank it.
Wait till you see my shot.
So you want to try to aim this at one of the windows, any particular direction?
Yeah, I'm just gonna the first window.
That it's closest to
closest
reaching?
to, yeah.
Okay, so you notice that it's pointing towards the main entrance of the exhibit. And also the whole
Which
structure
is
itself
the
seems
east.
to be able to roll. So you could roll this into position maybe to
Oh,
get a
it's
better...
like a lazy Susan, it turns.
well, no, it's got the mechanism that will turn it, but then that also will roll forwards and backwards.
On a,
Oh,
So it moves.
it has casters.
Yes,
Okay.
and you can move it actually onto the dais. And you notice that the dais has two blocks at the front, which appear to lock the wheels from going over
oh
the
well,
edge.
I'll do that. I'll push it onto the
All right,
dice.
so make a strength check. The whole apparatus probably weighs about...
Am I able to assist him?
Maybe I could get a little.
Absolutely. Make a strength check with advantage, which means you roll the
he-
100 die 2 times and take the best score.
So keep the 6.
Yep.
Oh, keep the 6. Okay.
Yeah.
And then re-roll the one with the 2 digits.
He rolled a 50 on the first try. Let's try again. 50. So
So
it's
56 it
50-50
is.
either way.
Well, it won't budge.
Yeah. So it's really tough. Even with both of you pushing, it seems to be something binding the wheels.
Oh, are there brakes? That would make sense. There would be brakes on the casters. I look to see if there are brakes on the casters.
No, there's no brakes, but there seems to be something lodged in one of the wheels, like behind it.
Like a wooden block? Or
No, it
What
just
does
looks
it
like
appear to be?
a lump of some kind.
I'll reach down and pull it out.
And
So brave.
now you're gonna die.
I don't believe in that. I'm still like my character's still not bought into all this stuff. So I'm just
Alright.
yeah.
What's your dexterity?
Okay.
Something bad.
His hand's gonna get caught.
Not that good.
Not that good.
Well,
Okay.
it's like 40 something or other.
So
His
you
dexterity.
reach your
Yeah.
hand down there, and you just failed the roll, correct?
Yes.
He rolled an
Reach your
88 out
hand
of 40.
down there, and you brush it across something. Now, looking at a shadow or a lump of a shadow, you might assume that it's a cloth or something like that. Your hand brushes across something wet and fleshy that recoils from your touch. Make a sanity roll.
31.
I hope your sanity is more than 31.
70.
Yeah, so. Oh, yeah?
What was your? You made a 31 out of 70.
31 on a
Yes.
7.
Okay, yeah. So You succeeded. You succeeded.
Okay.
So you have to roll
You
above
kind of
your
bite
sanity?
your lip and
If you
you
roll
and you
above
kind
your
of say,
sanity, then you go
I'm sure it was
Balls.
just. There's got to be some way to explain this, but in your mind, in the back of your mind, almost creeping in, is just some kind of fleshless creature that is waiting to devour you. But that's just ridiculous.
Right.
I'm sure it's got an explanation. Let me get down there and see what it looks like.
Yeah, this whole mummy through the picture talk is just making you think things.
It's you guys have got my imagination running wild. Nothing out of the ordinary here. I don't know what that was. Let's try moving it again, shall we?
Let me
Well, what
try
was
this
it?
time.
It was nothing, mate. I don't know what it was. It could have
Whatever
been.
it is, we do not
Is it
have
still
time
moving?
for it.
Is it still blocking the mechanism?
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. There was nothing there. It was just something.
Does
Maybe
he have anything on his hand?
No.
I thought I felt
Actually,
something.
make a spot hidden check.
Nope, not with that
Okay,
roll.
yeah, you'd have to make an extreme anyway.
Okay.
Can I try pushing it again?
Okay, so you haven't done it yet, though,
No, I
right?
haven't.
Oh, right
Okay,
there.
so make your strength check.
I'm gonna help her as well.
Okay, so make a strength check with advantage. So roll the 100-sided twice.
Okay, so that's a 19, and then
Already
Oh,
gotten
you
it.
already got it.
But keep going, see if you get an extreme.
so it's a 99, but I
Never
will go with
mind.
a
So you
19.
got the 19.
Nice.
Okay, so you must find just the right area to kind of do this, and you move it, and you're pushing, and you're kind of helping push behind her,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear something in
You
your
need
head.
Frank.
Yeah.
Look out! You hear a voice in your head manifest. Look out!
All right.
And it makes you look down.
Immediately shoot it.
Make a sanity check.
While you do that, let me get this last bit of stuff.
63 out of 80.
Out of 80? You
Yeah.
made it? Okay, so you look down and you see what was blocking the wheel kind of pushed off to the side, and it just appears like this fleshy sack of something that's glistening just ever so slightly in the light that's illuminating the room.
Can I pick it up?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna pick it up.
You reach down and pick it up?
Yes.
Alright, so make a dexterity check.
Yes.
It's going to eat your hand.
15.
Nice, yeah.
So
Pretty good.
Hard pass.
Alright, so you reach down to pick it up and your hands almost encircle it when you see something moving inside of it, and a tentacle comes slithering out and tries to wrap itself around your arm just as you kind of pull back out of the way. Everybody sees this.
Can I take a photograph?
I shoot it.
Make a camera roll.
That's a 4.
Oh, 4?
Yep.
Okay.
Out of 90.
I don't know if you've noticed that the more success you get, the worse you see things through that
Oh,
lens.
so maybe I shouldn't have done that.
So now you make a sanity check.
That's so right.
Nice.
That's a 3.
It's a 3.
Nice.
Critical success. Okay, so you look through the lens, and again, you feel this like closing in. This happens really fast. You see this blob on the floor, and your eye just starts to focus on it and pick out lights and details, and you adjust the camera so that the aperture is all the way open, and you've got as much light coming in there as you can. And staring back at you at the floor is a decapitated head of Helen.
Jesus
With a-
You
Oh,
bite
Christ.
your tongue to bring yourself back to reality, and you blink a couple of times. Your eyes start to tear up immediately, and you take the camera away from your face without taking the picture, and it's this just lifeless blob, like this purpley flesh, and you see a little bit of movement inside of
I
it.
still wanted to shoot it.
Are you going to shoot it?
Yeah, she said, I want to take a photo of it.
I'm sorry, I was
No, it's all
fixated.
good. Yeah. So she saw the thing.
So we don't
And
know
then-
that it's a head.
And
I see a tentacle.
Yeah,
She
I
is
saw-
shocked. She is not saying anything.
Yeah,
She
Yeah,
is
I saw
like-
the tentacle and whatnot.
Right.
And she wanted to take the shot, which
Right.
makes perfect sense.
Yep.
And now she's in shock. And then now, more shock. Bang!
All right. So for this, you're going to make a attack roll with a. Let me pull up your character real quick.
I have a firearms handgun of 40.
40. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna make a. What is your dexterity? I'm trying to get your character.
50.
50. Get rid of Frederick. Okay. All right.
It's okay that I pre-rolled
So your
thinking about this.
Dex is higher,
Okay.
which puts you at the top of the initiative order, which means you're going to get your attack.
Cool.
The object itself, according to the rules under Brawl, does nothing. So it basically just lays there, which means you get a free attack. So it automatically hits with that roll. So
Cool.
you're going to roll damage, which is a D10, and then you're going to add 2. Now, you also have the choice. You got the revolver.
I do.
You have the choice of expending 3 shots or 1.
I'm just going to do one
One
for
shot.
now.
So a D10 plus 2.
That's a total of 11.
11 points.
Yes.
Okay. You shoot at it. It creates a loud, echoing shot resonating through the chamber, and you hear this just squelching sound, and you look down, and you see this dark liquid just slowly pouring out of it, spreading across the floor. And you're standing on the dais right now with the telescope has actually been pushed out of the way, so this is like right in the middle of the floor, and you just see it doing this, and it stops moving.
Ida drops to the ground and said that was Helen.
What are you talking about? Who?
Through the camera, that's Helen.
Through the camera?
It's a dead body.
We don't see a dead body, right?
Well,
We
The
see
decapitated head.
It's
We
a
see the
mass.
head.
it's a
Okay.
blob
It's a
that's bleeding
blob,
now,
with-
and it is not moving. It still has that kind of fleshy look, and it's kind of shiny.
She
under
sees the
low
head.
light.
If
But
you don't
no.
believe me, you can look through it, but I promise you don't want to see it.
I'm going to take my cane and poke at it to see if it's actually dead.
It does not move or react to that.
I'm going to reach down and grab it.
Okay.
And see.
You reach down and grab it, and it just feels kind of limp, and it's actually a lot heavier than you would suspect that it was. But it is basically just kind of like this fleshy sack, and it's got like this. It's like a tumor or something inside of it. It's just. It feels really gross.
Well, it's not a head.
No, you need to...
It's a roughly. It's a little bit larger than a head, actually.
Frederick, come look at this.
Right, that's a blob.
Come look at
Let me
this.
see your camera.
And it's still, like, the strap's still on my shoulders, but I let him look
Just gonna
through.
pull it.
Okay. Knowing not much about cameras, you just look through this little square piece, and it's really hard to see. It takes a lot of patience and everything to try and line it up. You
I don't see
anything
anything.
out of the ordinary.
Good luck with that. I'm gonna find a way out here.
Declan,
Reginald.
look through the telescope.
Yes, sir. So I look through the telescope.
You hear more banging coming from downstairs. It's getting louder and closer.
We'll make this quick. We're going to crank it so that the telescope is down, and then I'm going to test her theory. I'm going to put the blob in front of the telescope on the end that would receive the light from the sky,
Security guard's name.
and we're going to see if you see anything in particular.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna look through the telescope.
Biggest spot hidden.
No.
49. No.
Blurry as all get up. All you see is this dark cloud moving
Hold it
around
still.
the edge.
Trying. My leg is acting up again. Enough of this. And I throw it down on the ground with a squelch. Something is coming at us, whatever it is. We need to get out of here.
How do we do that?
Right, well, that's probably Sam down there. Now, Sam!
No,
Shut up!
I look at our map.
All right,
There's
looking
another
at the map,
entrance.
You're off. Yeah. Looking at the map, you are actually standing over in between 7 and 11 right now. Is where you feel like you are. Part of the observatory sits on top of the center of the museum.
So, this says court. Is that a courtyard?
Those are courtyards, yes, and they have like a glass roof. But again, that roof is like 30 feet up, and it's like angled at the top.
Well, I think that may not be our way out anymore.
I don't think
We
we
may
can
wanna-
get down anymore.
Well, they're coming supposedly from that direction, and I point back to staircases A and B.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can find a way down again, an alternate route, and get to the south entrance. Are there curtains around here? Stylish curtains?
Not up here. There's like tapestries and stuff downstairs.
Okay,
Up
downstairs.
here, it's more kind of just a sleek type aesthetic, where it's like from the ground up, it's just a large wall with a raised column that sticks up on it, and in between the other columns, there is like all of these constellations painted onto the outside of the inside of the wall, and then above, in between each of the two columns, is this like arched window that has a big circle in the center of it. And now that you're looking up at it, it almost looks like an eye shape.
That's
And there are
interesting.
12 of these windows.
12. Nothing that I can see to help us get down easily. We may risk injury, but it's either injury or death.
Are we allowed to pick up these puzzle pieces on the table?
I was
Yeah.
wondering. Okay, are these?
Like, how?
Did
where
we
are
just
these
find
stored-wise?
these,
Did we
or-
find these?
Around you in this area, there's really nothing on the floor, but if you were to spend some time searching around, there are things like this laying around in the museum, you're sure of it.
Well, we would have to get back downstairs, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
We don't have all the hieroglyphs for it anyway.
are you ready to go back over?
Let's go. I'll go first.
Right. Okay.
Let's try
go.
the other stairs. So let's say that we moved over to step. I know it would be.
We would do B
Then
because that's
B.
closer.
Well, we don't want to do B.
Didn't we come?
Because that's closer to the mummies. Let's go to A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do D or C?
D or C are actually stairs that go down from the lower
Oh,
The
I see.
ground
Thank
floor.
you.
Oh.
So I think we may have to just go over. Just go over. So here we go. Me and Declan,
And don't forget Frank.
and Frank. We're gonna go back to stair A and
Okay.
see if anything is coming after us.
Okay, so you walk out of the recess that leads into the observatory, and it's basically just like a long hallway that has the staircase at either end. You do notice that at the ends of each of those hallways that kind of face the outside, they look like doorways where there should be doors, but instead you see bricks laid across. You didn't notice it at first when you were coming up the stairs. You were fascinated with the ropes, but now that you're up here looking out, you see that those look like they should have been some kind of a doorway leading outside.
Hmm.
I'll keep watch of the stairs, see if you can help them.
Bust
I don't
down the
know.
wall.
We may be able to do it.
You walk over to the edge of the stairs and you hear some faint banging sounds. A little quieter than they were at the other staircase.
Yeah.
You go over to the doorway,
Yeah.
make a spot hidden check.
I'm gonna use my cane to hit some
Okay.
stuff
85,
and
so
85? No, it looks like a brick wall. It looks like this has been bricked up.
I'm gonna see if it sounds hollow.
Can't tell how long ago. So make a spot hidden check for you then.
You know what?
So I got a 58 out of 45. I'm gonna go ahead and spend luck to increase that
Okay.
to 10, so 13 points of luck.
13 points of luck will get you. This has been freshly bricked up within the past few weeks. The mortar itself is dry, but still colder than the temperature around you. So you think maybe the cold air has kept it from drying completely. Not the best time to lay brick in the middle of the winter.
I'm going to get Devlin. We're going to charge this wall.
okay.
Wait, is there something heavy that we could break, use as a battering ram?
Well, the stanchions themselves have these heavy bases on them. So
Cool.
Get one of those.
Yeah, so I guess we'll both grab one and just
Okay,
start
so
going
you
to
grab
town.
two of the stanchions,
And we're going
you begin
to
go.
battering ram through this freshly laid
All right.
Casa
So,
Maniato.
Both of
thing.
you make a strength check first off.
Oh, is it both of us, or one of us can do it with advantage?
Well, since you both picked one up, you're
Okay.
going at it separately.
So it'll be 26 and my half is 30.
Yeah, so we both made hard successes.
Oh, but hard successes?
Yes.
Okay, so you start pounding at the wall, time after time after time. And you feel like you're getting somewhere, and it's like you start to chip away some of the brick. Some of the mortar falls away. And then you get to the point where you can wiggle some of the bricks out. You pull one of the bricks out, and you peer to what you would think would be outside.
Hopefully.
Instead, it's a door. You can see the panelings of a heavy wooden door behind the brick.
I'm trying to clear the brick.
Keep clearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Get to a certain point where they don't want to come, so you have to continue to bang. And finally, you get to the point where you can kind of sort of see the outline of the bottom of the door, but the rest of the bricks aren't coming loose. They've been here too long.
How big is the hole?
The hole's probably about 3 or 4 foot.
Are the hinges with the hinges
Can't
of
see
the door?
the hinges. They're covered by brick still.
Okay, can we see the handle or is it still no?
Handle you can't see now.
Okay.
So just like the bottom.
Just the
portion
bottom
of the door.
portion of the door. Just like
You might as well break the door, mate.
We'll try and break
Yep.
that
All right,
door.
let's go for another strength check.
48. So that's still a success for
Still
me.
a success for me. I failed. My old injury kicks in, and I
Yeah,
have-
your
and-
legs start to give out, and you're just like, oh man, I can't.
I'll
keep
watch.
this up.
I'll watch the stairs.
You continue to just pound furiously at the door. The heavy wooden door starts to kind of buckle and crack, and you can just hear with one final whack that just kind of splinters outward, and you can kind of get this cold rush of air coming inside.
Okay. So I guess I get on my hands and knees and crawl through.
Okay, you crawl through, and at first you're amazed, you're dazzled. You see snow. You're like, I didn't know it was going to snow. And through the veil of the city, you can see, looking out into the sky, that there's just like snowflakes covering the sky that aren't moving. They're suspended in the air, frozen in time.
Like hearing the banging, I think Ida would come out of her little hiding place in the telescope room and come down and see what they're doing.
It's snowing.
Was it snowing before?
No, it had snowed a little bit, so the streets had a little bit on it.
Yeah.
But it was not snowing when you came in.
Okay.
This is really
So,
cool.
okay, so it's common weather, but also it's snowing. Oh well, at least you're outside. So I'll try and bend down and I'll join him with my. Actually, first.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Make a sanity roll.
Oh yeah, because time stop, sanity roll.
77.
You just made it.
Barely.
77. Your mind just starts to buckle a little bit, and you're like, "How can snow be frozen in the air? I'm going crazy."
The snow's not right.
Frank,
The
tell
snow's
me
not
I'm not
right.
going
The snow's
crazy.
not right. The snow's not right.
What do you mean the snow's,
The
not,
snow's
right?
not right.
You poke your head out the door, and you notice that there's just snowflakes in your face that are just hanging in the air.
Can I take a photograph?
Well, they got a couple of people blocking the
Yeah.
door.
When they
So
walk
yeah,
off.
I'm bending down and I see that.
Okay, so as you push your way onto the roof, you notice that there's a large terrace here on either side of the observatory. You can see that kind
Uh-huh.
of wraps around the observatory. There's some benches, and there's also a knee wall that basically will keep little kids from running off the edge. But
Yeah.
you're standing on top of the museum looking down at the nightscape of the city.
Yeah.
But you do notice it's dead silent, and the snow is impossibly frozen in the air.
Like no noise pollution.
no noise.
New York has fallen silent,
Wow.
which is, not New York. The music has changed, if that's okay. Okay, whatever. Either way,
Is that what we see?
What do you see?
well, what we see right now is
It's a cyberpunk.
It's a cyberpunk
Cyberpunk
skull
skull.
thing or whatnot.
You caught me.
There we go. Oh well.
See, I wanted a little mirror over here so I could see. I can't see what that screen sees.
Oh yeah,
That's my handicap.
yeah. It's all good.
Yeah.
It was just funny, but I see the snow is not right, and I look and go. It seems that it was snowing, and it is stopped.
Are you out of the...
So it's no longer snow.
Yeah, I'm standing up and I'm looking at you two and going.
That's not right.
The snow is frozen in the air,
That's not right.
and there's no sound of commotion, no traffic.
Can I take my
Nothing.
camera to the hole and see what I see through
So
it?
as you're saying this, it starts to sink in the reality of what you're standing in the midst of.
I'm standing.
It's time
with
for
it.
your sanity check. You start to push your way out into the cold air,
shit.
and at first it seems normal. You're like, oh, I can breathe. It was so stuffy in there. Things were getting out of control. And then you stand up, and your jaw basically hangs open as you two witness snowflakes just hanging in the air as if time had frozen.
I failed my sanity straight
Okay,
up.
so
Do I make one?
not yet. You see in your mind some choices flash. The first one is I just run full speed and just get away from whatever it is that is causing this craziness. Or I can recede back inside to safety. However, there's a cost for either way you go. Typically, you would make a roll to do this, but I'm giving you the choice on where your sanity takes you.
How many sanity points do I lose? Does it matter?
Not well. It depends on which way you go.
Can I bargain with you for a different option?
Absolutely.
Um,
And then just give me a reason how it would work with the
so, while being haunted by, what he saw at the war and all that kind of stuff, he was always known as a brave man, always going in, because he always had an idea that if he can, to get him through 3.5 years of hell, he's like, well, hell will stop if I shoot enough. And so instead of running away, he's going to have a weird, illogical idea of something is wrong and it's being caused by something, logically. Oh, maybe those mummies, they need to die. So he's going to march toward the banging sound with his rifle in hand without talking to these two.
Okay.
Where-
Not a rifle,
Reggie,
it's a
where are you going?
handgun.
Where?
Did I say rifle?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
It's a
sorry.
handgun.
My handgun, yes.
So yeah, I will say we'll
have
put
both.
that in as part of the going back inside.
Uh-huh.
Luckily for you, that's a D4 plus 2 sanity, so I'm gonna let you roll as your sanity disappears.
Is it? It is. Oh my goodness! I roll a whole
Six sanity
6
points.
points.
Oh my
From your
God.
That's what
mind.
you lose?
And
Yeah.
with 6 sanity points, that puts
What's your
you
sanity?
at a
80.
extreme loss.
What
Where is
date
my
line was it?
sanity
Oh,
chart?
and he gets a phobia.
Is it?
Anything more than 5 is mania or phobia.
Yep. So you get a. So we're gonna call this your mania. That every time you see something that resembles a being from a long time ago, a corpse, a mummy, a skeleton.
It's gotta die.
It's got to die, and you go into like a fit of rage until that is done. Now, with this in mind, you've already set yourself in motion to push back into the
museum.
upper chamber of the museum and head straight for that other set of staircases where you heard the banging so loudly, and you're set on that path. So he comes out, he comes in as you go out. So now it's your turn. You see something in his face as he walks past you. Something clicks in his mind. Right now he's kind of blocking the actual city around you, and as he goes back into the hole, you step out and stand up and witness. Make your sanity roll.
As I'm walking
This
and
is
reloading
75,
that
I have
one
80.
How much?
I have 80. I rolled 75.
Oh, because you got under it. Okay, so this again is just pushing the limits of your understanding of what's going on around you, and it's almost like you retreat to your photography knowledge and just think of this as a still frame of an image that you can actually move around in still. But you're quite aware that things are not natural outside.
Am I still standing out there?
You're stunned. You're like, and so you are too, just for a minute. So Frederick, you're sitting inside. You see them all crawl out the hole,
Yeah, I'm gonna
and then
So I'm
immediately
just
somebody
repeating
crawls
the
back
snow's not
in.
right.
You're what?
I'm just repeating the snow's not
I
right.
agree with you. Snow's not right.
Yeah.
What are y'all going on about? I'm gonna crawl out the hole.
Finally.
Now you get to see what's going on.
So you
It's
crawl out of
important
the
for
hole.
him. He's a non-believer.
Exactly.
And you kind of stand up for the first time, and it's like you look around for a second, and you're like, "There's, it's snow. I've seen snow," and it's almost like you don't want to open your eyes to admit to it. But when you finally do, what gets you the most is how quiet things are around you right now. Whatever time it is, would it normally be this quiet in New York City, downtown, Brooklyn? Now, make a sanity check.
Okay.
62.
Your sanity.
70.
Yeah.
Okay, so you made that barely again. So all of you are just kind of, you feel this, something in you is just saying that something is wrong over and over in your head. and it's like it's not getting better at this point.
But I'm able to like push it away.
You're
and
able to
just
kind of staff it off, or just
tell myself this. Right.
it's you gotta
I'm
get
sure
through
there's
this.
a logical explanation for this.
Obviously. You know,
Obviously.
time stops, logical explanation.
You say as you start to retreat down the staircase.
Yes.
As you get closer to the stairs,
Mm-hmm.
the banging is getting very loud at this point.
I-
You can hear something,
yeah.
and it almost sounds as if that heavy stanchion that you had is something of that weight, just banging on something repeatedly. And right now, as you're looking down the stairs, it just looks kind of like the normal museum that you left it. So on the roof, you kind of come to out of a stupor for a second, and you're like, how is this possible? You pass your hand through these floating snowflakes. They seem to kind of cling to your hand for a minute, and then as you pull them in, they start to melt from the warmth in your hand. However, as that happens, you feel the warmth leaving your body. You feel that it's just like, you know that it's cold outside, but now it's really cold outside.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to go back inside.
I will also go back
And then,
inside
yeah.
and follow them.
Okay, so you go back through the hall.
Drag Ida and
Ida
Frederick.
comes with you. Standing alone on the roof, you're beginning to wonder if there isn't something else, something maybe that you've missed in all of this study and research and time that you devoted to proving people that there isn't anything like this, which you're now staring in the face, that exists.
I don't know what the bloody hell is going on here, but there's got to be an explanation. Am I the only one out there?
You can go back inside.
I'm gonna go back inside.
Okay, you walk back inside. Again, as you leave, you kind of just shake it off of you. And you do notice that when you go back inside, it doesn't get too much warmer. You didn't realize it before, but this area upstairs is pretty cold, and maybe this is one of the reasons why they had it marked off. But you do notice that there's no heat coming out, so you're basically, the temperature is like in the high 20s, so which means you're not going to want to stand up here for very long. You make it down the stairs.
Yes.
You get down to the first floor. You hear the banging now. You hear it very clearly. It's coming from around, if you walk around the bend a little bit where the stairs kind of come out towards the front of the museum, you have to switch back and then head, but you're basically right next to where the actual medallion is. Or, excuse, yeah, the
amulet.
And that's where the sound seems to be coming from. You get this thought in your head, this clear vision of what's waiting for you around that corner. You know for a fact that there are 1, 2, maybe 3 mummies out there, and they're using something heavy to try to get that amulet and take it for themselves.
Let him out.
Well, they need to stop.
You telling me?
Yeah, that banging, I feel like is like the banging happens and he hears, like the thumping and the explosion of artillery shells. And
I don't have explosions. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have shot the monkeys? I keep saying
I don't see
He
him
hasn't
yet.
rounded
you don't
the
see
corner
him.
yet, but
Okay.
you know in the back
I'm-
of your mind before you step around the corner what you think you're going to see.
Well, I'm going to level my revolver and I'm going to see if I can see them and then shoot them.
All right. So you
That's the obvious answer.
You round the corner. Make a sanity check.
Cool. Driving it like it's stolen. I rolled a 5 out of 59.
Oh my gosh! You step around the corner and you
This is the
notice
certainty.
that there is a large figure. As you step around the corner, you do notice that the lights down here seem to be a little bit dimmer. You look up at the sky, at the ceiling, and you notice that the large electric globes have all gone out. The only thing that's left lit are the chandeliers. So the chandeliers are casting enough light to see, but just not as well as you could see before.
Cool.
You see 2 figures standing around, one of them holding a large pole in their hands. You notice that their hands are covered in what appear to be tattered cloth. So, going off of that, when you step around that corner, what's the first thing you'll do?
Both of them have poles or one of them?
The only one you can see standing next to, close enough to see what you're looking at.
Cool. I see it. and my mania is I gotta shoot
Level
that
it.
thing.
Yep. Okay. So go ahead and your dexterity
Is 50.
is 50.
Correct. So I have a feeling like you guys are coming out
Oh,
from
yeah.
the snow and whatnot.
Yeah, we're-
You
Like,
totally
that's
have initiative here.
Cool.
So you fire off how many rounds?
I'll fire all 3.
Okay, so you fire off 3 rounds. Go ahead and make your attacks first before you do your damage. So go ahead and make all 3 attacks.
Okay.
Each one of them gets an attack. There is I don't know if it's the revolver that has any kind of special rules, but go ahead and make those rolls.
Well, if I roll a 100, then
Yeah,
it
it's the
malfunctions.
malfunction.
I don't get any malfunctions.
Okay.
I got a 2, which is a critical.
Critical.
I got a 20, which is a half
Yeah.
success, and then I have 1 that is a 75, which is
miss.
a miss.
Okay, so 3 shots ring out. Everybody hears it in the museum. One of them hits squarely in the head of this thing, and you see this just kind of explosion out the back of its head. Go ahead and roll a d10 plus 2.
8 points of damage.
Okay, and then go ahead and roll that d6 for extra damage for the extreme.
6.
Nice.
Nice. And then what's that a total of?
That would be a total of 14.
14. You notice as the figure just kind of drifts back for a second, and then before your second shot even goes off, falls to the floor dead.
Mortar, or is that?
No,
Second shot and third shot ring out.
Yes. Can we say that I see the one going and then I fire 3 into the next one, 2 into the next one? Or is it all 3 in the
It
other
all
one?
3 happened at once, but
That's
if it
all.
wasn't enough, you would have
Double check this
continued to.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll say that I expend the ammo,
Yep.
so I actually
Alright.
have so I have 2 bullets left.
Okay. Now make a listen check.
Me?
Yep.
Oh no.
Stars is
It's 30. Ooh, I got a 6,
No, I think there's
which
more.
is just enough for an extreme
I think it's
pass.
under.
All right. An extreme pass. You hear all of a sudden, what the hell? And then the body, you hear it hit the ground. Peeking from around side, you see Raymond. What the bloody hell are you doing?
What are you doing?
What have you done?
What are you doing right now?
We're trying to get the amulet. Somebody's trying to steal it. Make a
Like
sanity,
you?
Make a sanity check.
Oh, buddy. I came in with the lowest sanity to begin with.
Raymond is the guy with the
88.
88 out of
59.
59. Okay.
Raymond's the guy with the cult symbol on his collar. right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Raymond was a skeezy guy that I was not able to tell her that he's like, we needed to get rid of so-and-so.
Yeah.
All right. So now you're going to lose a D8 plus
Oh.
1 sanity.
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh.
Only 2.
Only 2. Okay. So, and then now you got to make an intelligence roll, but you want to fail it, which means you want to roll high on this.
You got this.
I want to roll super high.
85.
85, which
Okay.
would be a pass. I'm going to spend some luck
To push
to
it up.
push the check down.
Down.
So I just fail it. Right? Because you said I wanted to fail it, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to put any luck into it. If you fail it, that means that you don't buy into the insanity any
Oh.
further.
But
If
he,
you
he
make the
didn't fail it.
intelligence,
No. Like, okay.
He wants to fail it.
I won't.
oh, on purpose.
He didn't.
Yes.
Fail it. Yeah.
Oh, so you're pushing it back the other way.
Yeah, I'm
to
pushing
see
it
the effects.
away from the. I'm making the DC more,
Got it.
just enough
Got it,
for me
got
to
it.
fail it.
You got it.
Yes.
All right. So you killing is you're no stranger to killing because of the war.
I. had
But
to
what
do
it
a
feels
lot.
like that you've done, this creeps into the back of your mind. You look over and you see this figure laying on the ground, but you notice that there's a white, high-heeled shoe that falls off of her foot and rolls off of the step that she was standing on as she was trying to open this glass case. Raymond peering out from the other side of you, you can see that there's just something wrong with his eyes right now, and he's accusing you of something really heinous. You start to put it together in your mind and you basically get one step closer. That's all it would have taken, is one step closer, and you see Dr. Harrington with a shawl that was wrapped around her neck, laying on the floor with a hole in her head. And you feel it starting to get into your skull and start to push you over the edge. Now, upstairs, you hear some shots ringing out.
Okay.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bang, bang, bang!
I'm gonna go running.
Yeah, I'm
in that
gonna
direction.
run downstairs too.
I will also go running in that direction.
Scramble down the stairs. You go down the switchback stairs, down the second staircase, and round the corner. Get around the corner, and you see Frozen standing there looking down at something at the base of the closed up case where the amulet is.
And
I yell at them, "Don't touch that!"
well, you also see, me pointing a gun at.
Yeah, he's basically like
I'm
this
pointing
kind
at a
of-
dude, and there's a
Can-
dead body.
Can we see Evelyn and Raymond and?
If you get closer, yeah.
Right, so, unless you have been in a wartime situation and seen death before,
I
you
have.
need to make a sanity roll.
Woo! Trauma!
Yeah. Shell shock.
One time that
What
pays
is
off.
that? I can't
That's a
tell.
25.
That's an
I'm
81,
good.
my
You're good.
guy.
Oh!
I think you just failed.
Oh no, I'm lucky.
Oh,
I'm
you got
gonna
luck?
use 11 luck.
Got luck on your side? Excellent. Okay, so you both pass. It makes you want to throw up at first looking at a dead body, especially somebody that you've recently talked to. You see this just large gaping hole in her head as the blood just still continues to pour a little bit out. Raymond is just stunned, does not know what to do. He's basically crouched down beside the side of the case that's holding the amulet, and he's like, he's crazy! He's crazy! He's shooting at us! What's he doing?
What did you
Can I make
do,
a roll to
mate?
take a photograph?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah?
My incriminating results.
That's a 51.
51? Okay, so that's just a regular success, or is that a...
It would be a regular success.
Give me a sec, sorry, I was decoding things.
So if you spent... Could you spend...
90. So that's 45, so I'm good. Okay. That's a regular success.
You don't... Can you... How much would it take to get to a hard success?
6?
Do you want to do that? It would reveal more...
Do it.
and I
Yeah,
don't
I'll
wanna,
go ahead and do it.
We'll go ahead and do it?
Yeah.
Do it.
So you come down the stairs, you see this horrific act. Now, so as you're lining up the shot, and again, knowing what you're doing, you want looking for a good composition. Are you trying to get the story of what happened? Like, are you going to portray him in the shot with the gun and the dead body, or are you just looking at the dead body as the victim?
I'm just looking at the victim.
Just looking towards the victim.
Yes.
Okay, so you get your camera and you walk a couple of steps, and you can kind of feel the floor beneath you, and it's like you're a little wobbly at first walking up to the body. You look through the lens, and there's just enough light to kind of capture the silhouette of her face. And you press the eyepiece up against your eye, and you get ready to take that photo. Make a sanity check.
Bird chef. That's an 85, but I will spend 6 luck points to make that a success.
To make it a success?
Yeah.
Okay, so you look through the eyepiece of the camera and you notice that on her face is just this look of total shock and utter fear. And as you look through the eyepiece, the world seems to kind of close in on you once again. And you see her sit up and look directly at you. And this is the first time, but you actually hear something, and it's almost as if she's trying to say something to you.
And I can't think it out.
And you are frozen with that up against your face right now, and you feel like that if you move, your sanity is just going to crumble.
I don't move.
You don't move. You just like locked into position.
If I feel like my sanity is going to crumble, I am locked.
You're locked.
I am.
So we're going to go with
Yeah.
these two because you came down the stairs. So what would you have done? You saw him, somebody else in the war, brandishing his weapon, pointing it. You see Raymond cowering behind the actual case with the amulet in it.
What happened?
I wanted it to stop.
Well, it stopped. There's a dead body. We just see a dead body, right?
Yeah.
And can I tell that it's Evelyn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Evelyn, Reginald. Raymond, explain now.
So you're going over to Raymond.
Yeah.
Raymond's
Yeah.
like, hey, we're just trying to help. We're just trying to help. There's somebody here inside the museum with us. They're trying to steal it. Sam has disappeared. He's got the key. We can't let them take this.
I'm
right?
going to-
We believe that they're evil. We do not want them to take this. And he seems to be adamant about these people in the museum with you. And you haven't seen anybody else.
Okay.
Who?
I'm going to grab him by his shirt collar, put my gun to his head, and I'm going to intimidate him and ask him to tell the truth.
Okay, with a gun in your hand, I'm going to
Tell
give
Frank.
you advantage on that roll. So roll the hundreds twice and take the best.
Oh, good. 'Cause
97.
So roll that one again.
Yeah, roll the double digits.
97.
My
gosh,
Oh.
Frank is telling you, stop.
Yeah.
Shut up!
So
Shut up, Frank!
You get to the point where it's like you're starting to talk to him, and it's like you feel like you're coming
All
across
the
as really
voices are
threatening.
blending.
Right, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, what? And you look over and you realize that he sees for the first time. You see somebody recognizing that there's a disconnect, and maybe you've got something wrong in your mind. You can't kind of distinguish between whether you have successfully got him to talk or whether somebody over here next to Frank is talking to you. This other guy, all of a sudden, you can hear now. What's going on over here? Look! Oh my gosh, is that a dead body? Frank says, yeah, well, this is the guy that shot him. We didn't do that.
Hopefully.
Make a medicine check.
Medicine.
Good
You
luck.
roll a 1.
Good luck.
That's not a 1.
No.
That's a 48.
So you don't feel what happened to your psychosis.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah, and then Frederick.
I'm going to run over to the body and just make sure it's dead and just see if I can
So am I just like,
make sure that it is
Yeah,
is
okay.
her and that.
As he
You
runs
didn't
over,
lose sanity,
do I
but
see
your
him running over to her?
normal psychosis
Yeah.
is
Can I yell to
kicking
him? Don't get close to her. And I'm trying to appeal to his sense of.
So
I don't-
Ida's standing
I don't
there with
think
the camera
she's
basically
dangerous.
plastered up to her face, saying, "Don't
Yep.
go over there. Don't get close to her."
Yep. Yep.
I don't think she's much of a threat. I'm going to put my hand on her and just make sure that she's dead, like on her throat.
Okay, make a spot
She's
hidden
got
check.
a bullet in her head.
Me.
There's a
Okay, that's a 74, which I'm pretty sure
two
passes.
knuckle-sized hole in her head.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
spend 4
Make
points to
sure
make
she's
that a
dead.
pass.
I really
Just a
don't.
regular pass?
Yeah.
Okay, you notice that as he approaches her, with the speed that he approaches her, she lies back down and then all of a sudden takes the same position she was when she was shot.
Can
When
I
he was
release?
home.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
I
you
take
can
the
kinda
shot and I release.
Take the shot, right? And in your shot, in your mind's eye, you're like, just somewhere slyly you say, another shot of Frederick leaning over a dead body. And you start to kind of put a story together.
Oh, yes!
Let's go!
So, Frederick, you reach down and touch the body. The body is surprisingly cold for being a fresh corpse. But you do notice that it's very dead. Nothing could have survived a hole in the center of the forehead like that.
What have you done, mate?
I wanted it to stop. They were...
What? Stop. Stop what?
Raymond
Them.
gets to his feet, and he's like, y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy.
I'm gonna throw Raymond onto the floor.
So you want to attack him?
Yes.
Okay,
with him,
so
yeah.
now let's get your dexterity.
Okay. 50.
Okay.
I mean, we are crazy. but-
We are crazy.
All right,
no,
so-
It's
He
called.
has-
losing
yeah,
it right now.
He has the same dexterity as you.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's do a just roll a d6 to see who is going to go first amongst the two of you. I know there's another rule here, but I don't want to dig it
5.
up. 2. So you go first.
Okay.
So you're going to decide what your action is first, and then he'll have a second to decide in a brawl what he's going to do, and then that will affect the outcome.
Okay. So he was like trying to move. So
Yeah, he was getting
away.
ready to turn and run down to the
So
hall.
I just I'm still holding on to his shirt collar, and I just toss him to the floor as hard as I can, and I'm gonna try to stomp my foot onto him so he doesn't move.
Okay, so he's going to dodge that attack.
Okay.
Which means we're going to both roll, and the attacker with the highest level of success wins. However, if they both fail, basically he doesn't really get away, and then there's no damage inflicted.
Okay.
So the attacker with the higher is going to have the successful outcome. So
And
you
we're
go
using
ahead,
Brawl, right?
and you're going to roll brawl, which
It's just a 25.
25.
yeah, and his is only a 30, so
Ooh. actually got a 12.
12.
97.
Yeah.
All right, so you grab him, and something just connects in your mind. It's like you're back in the war.
Oh, here we
and
go again.
Somebody is just like trying to get away from you, but you move in quickly and grab them, put your arm around his neck, and just kind of squeeze and hold him in place. And it's at that time that you realize, just how much older this guy feels. Very fragile feeling when you get your arms around him. It'd be so easy to continue to apply pressure. This new voice in your head, Stanley, as he introduces himself, decides to say, "Hey, I bet you could take that guy. Take his head off. Take his head off. Go ahead, do it. I bet you won't." Egging you on. Now you can resist, of course, the voices in your head. All of a sudden, everybody sees Declan just jumps on top of him and grabs him. He's got his arm around his throat, and you can see that Raymond is struggling, cannot get away. He seems to be held in place.
Can I take another shot?
You're taking the picture?
Yeah.
All right, roll a camera roll.
Once that happens, I would like to
This
go
is
and start
75. That's a regular
interrogating.
success.
A regular success? Okay, so this kind of darkness, creepy feeling comes over you, and you look through your camera and you focus and you focus and you focus. Something in your mind just clicks, and impossibly, out of this dark area with all of this action and this commotion going on, you can clearly see a symbol embroidered into the collar of his shirt. And it almost appears that it has like a silver cloth because it kind of catches the light. And in your mind, you put it together, and it's the Eye of Horus.
Oh.
You just have been looking at it in the wrong direction.
I'm going to take Stanley's advice.
And kill him?
Make strength check.
Okay. Nope, 86.
86.
You want to spend
All
luck?
He's got 8.
Okay,
so
no, I'm not gonna
so
No,
you
you
can
can't.
you can do what's called pushing.
Okay.
Which
Oh,
means
that's
you
right.
can roll again. You just have to make the higher success rating. However, if you fail or you fail critically after that, something bad or worse could happen as you push your luck. Basically, is what you did.
So you need to make the
You're not using
hard-
luck points, but in order to succeed, you need to make at least a hard success.
So you need to make a
So
30.
it's like you're rolling with a disadvantage.
It's
If you
harder
fail,
every
it's
time
what
you
you
do
do.
it.
41.
41.
Good luck.
So then, yeah, I'm going to use
Oh, but you can
10
luck
points
the
of
push.
luck.
Can you luck the
10
push?
points of luck. You
So-
cannot luck a push.
Oh, then you can't do that.
Yeah. And
Okay.
unfortunately,
Damn.
Raymond rolls a 5 and basically rolls out of your lock. Somehow you just have to this headlock, and he just shifts his head out and pulls his neck down and gets up to his feet and just immediately starts to bolt out towards the Hall of Mummies.
I'm
Shoot
gonna
him in the
shoot
leg.
You're both going to draw and shoot?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so
Bam.
you said it first, but since he was already engaged and did his action,
Yeah.
I'll let you get into the round of initiative. What's your dex?
50.
50.
Even.
Okay.
This is
Go ahead and roll an attack.
All right. Roll a 29, which is a normal hit.
Normal success, and you were aiming for the leg?
I was trying to aim for the leg.
Okay, so with the normal success means that you hit him,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll determine where, because it wasn't
Not sure
a
about
hard
that.
success, to call a shot.
Yes.
3, you hit him in the hip. He still goes down.
Close enough.
Okay.
So let's roll the damage. D10 plus 2. And I assume you only took the one shot.
Yeah, I can't. I could do both, but I only wanted the one shot.
Got it.
11. So another shot rings out. Bang! 11 points of damage
Easy,
into
mate.
his hip.
All right, so 11 points.
Yes.
All right, so you shoot him, and it just basically just blows a hole in the side of him, and you see this just spray of blood coming out, and it casts itself onto these light walls, and the splatter of blood, grotesque. Make
Yes.
a sanity roll. Make a sanity roll.
Because I watched.
Yeah.
him 'cause
You.
he can't
Yeah.
remember.
Both of you.
You're watching
well.
somebody get gunned down.
And
That's
Yeah.
a 40.
and you're also taking a shot.
Yes.
Oh yay! He's gonna die.
38.
38.
I got 40. I'm
So
good.
they're both success.
Yeah, both
okay.
success.
Again, you just have to cover your mouth, and it's like, this is just brutal. You've never seen anything like this. People just getting killed in front of your eyes.
I still have a little bit of mania,
Horrifying.
right?
For the
Yeah.
first time, I put the camera down.
You just, basically your jaw just drops open. And it's that time another shot rings out.
All right, let's do this.
26.
which is a success for you.
Yep.
Just a normal success.
Yes, normal.
Normal success? Okay, so you got, what's your weapon damage?
1d10 plus 2.
Oh, so is yours a revolver as well?
It's a M1911.
Okay. I didn't know if they had different stats or not. And how many can you shoot at once?
One.
Just it's a one shot?
Just a one shot.
Okay. All right, so you take your shot, roll a d10, add 2.
This guy's still gonna die.
6
Also
plus 2.
11.
So-
No, that's a
Oh,
9.
that's
That's
a
a
9.
9, my guy.
So
So
11.
9 plus 2 is 11?
Yep.
All right. So you shoot him, basically hits him in the back, and it just kind of just sprays blood forward. He slumps over, dead, before he even hits the ground. His body hits the ground. The air grows
I
really
just go,
cold,
huh.
still, and silent.
And lower my weapon.
Can I check my watch?
Sure.
What time is it?
It's 11:59.
Oh, shit.
What time was it?
Make a sanity roll.
It was
Right.
11:59 when I
That's
checked my
what
watch.
I thought.
Well, it's
Okay.
a 13. I'm good.
13? Okay, so yeah, you push through it out of your mind. You're like, how can this be? Well, I've seen all of this stuff, and it's like things are starting to click and put themselves together in your mind, where whatever little bit of sanity you have is just this thin, very thin strand that's barely
Since everybody's
holding on.
checking their watch, Declan is going to check his pocket watch that hasn't worked right since Giza. Use that information how you will.
Ooh.
That is interesting.
It used to be 6 o'clock on the dot. It is now 11:58. Still just not right.
It could be stuck on a number.
Okay, so
601.
make an intelligence check.
Okay. So 69.
69.
Which is a success.
Is
by
a success
one.
by
Yes.
one. You notice that it is it is almost the exact place that it has been for the longest time when you've looked at it, except when you look at it for just a brief second, you catch one of the second hand almost seem like it twitches, almost feels like it's waiting just to move. Have you ever looked at a clock and it looks like you just saw it move,
Just saw it.
Yeah.
but it didn't really
Yeah.
move? That's what you see.
Interesting. Okay.
So, panting.
Oh, I'm cool.
As you
Sam.
breathe out, your breath is visible.
Okay.
You notice that downstairs now, the museum is just as cold as it was upstairs. Looking around, you're like,
They left all the damn windows open again.
it is getting colder. It's probably in the 30s. And most of you still have, everything that you were wearing, but you don't know how long you want to stand around in these kinds of temperatures, especially with a couple of dead bodies on the floor.
Who's alive currently in this
We
room?
are.
Just us.
Just
It's
us.
just we
yeah,
killed
they
everybody?
killed everybody.
Yeah.
I look at you two in shock. What is going on?
Am I done with my mini, or is that remaining for the rest of the game?
It's gonna wear off. Each of them have like a long period of time to wear off, but it's at least a minimum of 20 minutes.
So I'm still.
So you are still breathing through your teeth. You're looking down and you're just kind of glaring around. You're just waiting for the next thing to
There.
resemble a mummy to twitch.
I talked with Sam.
I saw that.
He said Mr. Raymond and the doctor wanted to take Davenport out of the equation.
What did Davenport know?
This villain,
Who are
One-
you pointing at?
the body of Raymond.
Yeah.
What's left of it?
Well, yeah, what's left of it. This villain, he wants the amulet. Why does he want the amulet? I look at the amulet. What's going on with the amulet?
All right. You look at the amulet.
Sorry.
Make a spot hidden
Spot hidden.
with advantage.
Oh, cool. Oh, I have actually quite a bit of that. That's 26 and a 16. 16 is a hard success.
All right. In your current state, you just walk right over the stanchion. You don't even, it doesn't even register that it's there. And you walk straight up to the glass, and you basically just kind of press your face in and look and get as close as you can looking in it. Unfortunately, the dim light here has taken away a lot of the shine and everything in there. But you do notice that right in the center, in between both of the triangles, where one is pointed up and one is pointed down, there's just like this little speck of light, and it just seems to dance around on the very inside of this sculpture. And you notice as you get closer that it's not just one and it's not two, but it looks like 3 stubby short tentacles sticking out of the center of those 2 large stones.
I take out my pocket watch. Would those 3 stubby tentacles happen to align with 1159?
No, because
Okay.
it's like one goes this way, one kind of curls under.
Okay.
And then you notice, looking even closer, that the one that kind of curls over in the center forms what looks like an eye, and that's where that little tiny speck or tiny spark of light exists. No matter what angle you look at it, you can still see that reflection in there.
So I'm staring and panting, and you can.
And now you're going to make
interject.
that sanity roll.
Oh, of course!
Staring into
The abyss
of Nephrin Ka.
This will be fine. Yeah, I just failed with a 64. No big deal.
No big deal.
Because I'm at 57 right now.
And that's your 3rd failure.
Are you out of luck?
This will be my 3rd failure, yeah.
A D12 plus 6 sanity.
Oh
point
my
Yeah!
drains from you, and this is a visible loss of sanity. You guys see him.
This is where.
Go from he's pretty freaking crazy looking to he looks like Curly.
Like if
from
I.
Three Stooges crazy.
It's
now.
D12 plus what?
D12 plus 6.
Oh my god.
I could go super
100%
bonkers.
bonkers.
I'm going to level my weapon at him.
Hold on.
I rolled a 12. Now, is my insane thing calculated with my current sanity or with my max sanity?
Max sanity.
Okay. 65. Wasn't it like.
So you'd
19?
have to lose all of those points before you went like turn the lights out crazy. However, you're going to be suffering something pretty heinous at the end of this.
I feel like should I survive, I'll definitely have some indefinite insanity going on.
Right. All right. So
I lose
I'm
12.
going to you lose 12. No, 12 plus 6.
No, sorry. 12 total. I rolled a 6. So
Oh,
6 plus 6, 12.
6 plus 6 is 12. My apologies.
Yeah.
My
I mean, we can make it 18.
No,
right? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Not quite yet.
Oh, yeah. Send
All right,
the
so
sleep deprived rider.
Make your intelligent roll.
30. So that's actually a hard success.
If you fail, you suppress the memory. Otherwise, you go temporarily insane for 3 hours. Now,
3
this
hours.
is how you go insane.
Uh-huh.
Your mind kind of like brings back surface memories, and you see flashes of faces, and you realize that these are faces that you've seen before, that you've seen in your past, that you've seen coming at you, that you've seen yourself dispatching. All of these faces rushing by you are the victims of the people that you've laid to rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. By the time the 8th face passes you, you just start to go completely bananas. Your eyes just kind of roll back in your head, and your immediate thought is there can't be another one to come. And you basically just brandish your weapon and start pointing it wherever you think the next face is coming from. And it goes from this guy to this guy to this lady to this guy to this lady. And it seems like only a matter of time before you squeeze that trigger. Now,
Okay. So, to add my own little bit of randomness, because you have your weapon
leveled at
pointed
him.
at
Yes.
me.
He starts to
So,
look.
eventually I start looking in Ida's direction with my gun pointed at her.
Yeah, she screams.
Reginald.
Shut up.
Reginald, put the gun down.
Please.
Frederick, shut up.
Please put the
Stop
gun
talking.
down.
Reginald,
He's shell shocked.
come on, Mike.
Make a medicine check.
A medicine check?
Or psychology?
So your time seems no for him it's just a medicine check.
Cool. Oh, that would make sense.
29.
And you got a
Nothing. So you need a 1.
Yeah.
yeah. So you don't recognize what's going on in his
Like in his
in
mind,
his
yeah.
eyes, in his mindset. He is dead set and locked on Ida now. He has the gun pointed straight at her, and you feel like it's just you watched him gun down. Well, one person, you didn't see the first one, but he's standing over her body. So your instinct starts to kick in to where this is about to happen, and you start to fear for her life.
Right. Right. Well, I'm going to.
Reggie, take my camera.
Reggie?
Not Reggie. I'm sorry. Not Reggie.
Frederick.
Frederick, take my camera.
Are you handing me your camera?
I can't move.
Yeah, she's frozen. She feels like if she
I'm going
moves,
to
he's
ease
gonna
in
pull
front of the
trigger.
gun. Just like ease in front of it.
Okay.
Easy. I'm gonna reach back, take the camera.
If I may react,
Yeah.
I see he's reaching back.
Uh-huh.
That's totally a gun.
Yep.
I'm going to shoot you.
Oh my gosh.
I guess he shoots me. I don't have time to
I'm
react.
an agent of
Your
chaos.
fate is like stepping in and speaking for you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and what are your dexterities?
50.
What is your dexterity?
I think his is 40
Mine
something
is,
or other.
I think 40, 45.
My dex
42.
is 60.
Okay, so yeah, you're kind of off to the side, so this is going to be them, and then
You can
anybody
also
else that
react.
wants to get involved. You
Okay.
actually have the initiative, so you're going to be able to kind of react in just 1 second, but you can choose to fight back, dodge, do nothing, or flee. So depending on what you pick, so if you fight back, basically you could like bat the weapon
That's
away
what I was
or
going to
something
do. Like
if you
try
were
to
quick enough.
If I can react in time, I would like to try to use my cane to
But
bat
you're
the gun
weighing the
away.
option because even if you do, the gun's going to go off, right? So you know this. And if the
Yep.
gun goes off and you don't bat it out of the way, it's coming your way. So you go through your mind, it's like your life flashing before your eyes. So go ahead and make your attack,
Cool.
and then you're going to roll as well for brawl and see if you can bat it out of the way. So you have to get the highest level of success.
Okay. I rolled a 73,
Okay?
which is bad for me because I only have a 40. You rolled a 52.
52? Okay, so that's better. You knock the weapon to the side. It goes off. Wrong direction. Make a dex roll.
Oh. No.
That's a 31.
And you made it. You made it?
Yeah. And
Okay.
if I need to spend 2, I can get a hard success. But
You won't need to.
Okay.
You see it coming and you just hit the floor. The gun goes off. You hear it ricochet ching off the wall behind you.
Cool.
It was pretty close.
I'm gonna shoot him.
All right. So, and it's like 1, 2, 3 sequence of events. Go ahead and roll. Since you've already done your action,
Yep.
you get a do nothing right now. So
Yes.
basically, you just stand there when this happens.
75.
That's a fail.
Does it fail? Okay, your hand just starts to shake a little, just a tiny bit, just enough to where you miss. And then in your mind, you're like, did I do that on purpose or not? So depending on what you do next, will set the rest of the tone.
Okay, sorry.
You just
miss.
missed. Are you going to try again? Or are you going to start thinking about what just happened and try to piece together where it all started?
What are my voices saying?
You're like, oh gosh.
He needs a day.
Stanley is like, don't just stand there. You got him. Get him. He's right there. Frank is like, well, I almost wanted to see what would have happened if you did shoot her. They're basically like
Thanks,
playing
Frank.
yin and yang. One of them is saying, maybe you should kill this guy. And the other one's saying, what would have happened if she were to have gotten shot? So now you choose.
What a lovely game.
Sorry, Reggie.
It's Call of Cthulhu. I don't care.
All right,
Shoot
roll your attack for
Shoot me.
revolver.
Yeah.
50.
Out of?
40. I'm gonna use my luck.
You
would
can
use
luck that.
all of your luck to get there.
10 points of
I'm
luck.
using 10 points of my luck.
Okay.
So
And
I'm
so
down
you're
to
going to
9.
roll a d10 plus 2.
Oh boy, here we go.
What were your hit points?
10 plus 2 is 12.
11.
11.
All right.
So
However,
that is just enough to get me over.
it is just enough. However, you make a Constitution roll, taking this much damage, it could knock you unconscious.
My constitution's not that great, actually. Ha! Yeah, super failed with a 90.
90,
Ooh.
almost critical, but super fail. Now make a spot hidden check for me, please.
2.
Nope.
85. No,
You failed it?
I failed it.
You killed him.
Oh.
You shot him, and it just like, it hit his shoulder and kind of just came out the other side of his neck. And he goes down and hits the ground. You're
Okay.
like, well, that takes care of him. Now what about these other two?
I walk up, and I'm going to take his revolver and hold it in my other hand.
It's
Okay.
empty.
It's empty.
Yeah, I used
Sorry,
those.
you just pick it up. You weren't counting bullets at
Yeah.
that point. So actually, with your training, make a listen to see if you would have counted.
I listen.
And with your training, it would be at advantage.
So okay, so it'd be
Reroll that one.
59. So 39.
But fails either way.
Both fails?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know if it's
Okay.
loaded or not.
I'm not gonna use it
Pretty
right
sure
now.
there's a gun on the ground, bullets in it. Yeah, give me that.
Okay.
As he's reaching for the gun, can I look at Frederick and say, how quick are you at running?
You look down at the cane next to him.
Yeah, like, not as quick as I used to be.
Or,
Deca, how you feeling, mate?
I think it's time to leave.
So you're feeling all right, though? I mean, obviously this is royally right, but
can I see if I pieced together that he went crazy after looking at the amulet?
Make an intelligence check.
That's a 77 that barely passes.
Okay. You feel like that something in this place, and it could be the snow, it could be the mummies, it could be the sounds, it could be that head that you just saw, it could be the fact that he mistakenly killed somebody thinking that there was something else. You pretty much think that he's gone and he went insane.
Okay.
But do me a favor and make a spot hidden check.
It's 27, and I think that might be a critical. Yeah, that's less than half.
nice.
Less than half.
Wow.
Okay. Let me do something
And you still have my camera, right?
No, I never grabbed it.
Oh, okay.
You still have it.
He was reaching back to grab it,
And he
Oh,
thought
then
I
you
had a
shot
gun.
it. Okay.
it was a gun.
Ooh,
Because-
mood look changing.
Oh, hello.
It's red now. That means somebody's dead.
Several.
I,
Several.
I
Only
just
one
killed.
of them
I just
matters.
killed 2 people.
It's true.
Yeah. 1.5.
Yeah.
We shared a kill.
Yeah. You got an assist, or I got a kill and an assist.
Yeah, I got the assist.
You notice
Only
out of
one.
the corner of your eye, as you're kind of like surveying this brutal scene where there's just dead bodies littering the floor. At the corner of your eye, you see something moving, and it appears to be moving towards the amulet and the case. And you notice that the very blood on the floor seems to be pooling towards the amulet.
Declan, shoot the amulet.
I shoot the amulet.
Okay, make an attack roll. And of course, the amulet
64.
does nothing. So we get a bonus die. So give it an extra die, so you get advantage.
That's good.
84.
God.
Still,
Dang.
okay.
You miss?
You don't miss. You hit the case, but it doesn't seem to go through. The glass is a lot thicker than it appears.
Can I shoot it again?
Shoot it again. Yep. So again, same thing.
73.
We reroll that one. There you go.
13.
13. Okay.
That's a normal success.
You shoot it again, and it's almost in the same spot, and it just barely penetrates and goes through. And as you shoot, the bullet just kind of sounds like it ricochets inside, and some of the glass on both the top and the bottom and the left side of it crack and kind of spiderweb, obscuring your vision of the amulet. You can't really see what's going on in there now. Hard to see. I gotta get closer to look at it.
I'm gonna walk up to it.
Okay, you walk up to it, and you look down at your feet, and you notice the blood is starting to crawl up the side of the case and work its way towards the bullet hole where the amulet is.
I'm going to take the butt of the gun, smash it into the hole to see if it breaks open, and if it does, I'm going to reach in and pull out the amulet.
Make a strength check.
Do it. I believe in you.
Frederick, this might be the end for us.
40.
Which is enough. That that is a
That's a
success.
success.
All right, you bust open a hole in there just inside, just enough for you to reach your hand in. You reach your hand in, and this happens in slow motion, and it gives you a really big picture of your hand and the amulet, and you can see just the size of this. It's a pretty large amulet. Like I said, it's more like that than anything else.
Yeah.
And you go to wrap your hand around it, almost in slow motion, and as your hand makes contact with the surface, make a sanity roll at disadvantage.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Okay, we got 45. And then we
45.
got
45
45 and 45.
Out of 80.
out
Out of 80.
Okay, so but it's
Yeah.
just a regular success,
Yes.
Yeah.
not a hard success. Okay.
He knows he's crazy. He doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
it does,
Yeah.
exactly. You wrap your hand around it, and then this just flash of images seizes through your mind, and immediately you're taken to this place that does not register in your mind. You have no idea where you are. The landscape is alien. Everything is barren. And you just are lost for a second. You're looking around. You can't see anything in front or behind you. You're standing out in the middle of nowhere. Off in the distance, you can see these large clouds looming in, slowly moving towards you, almost seeming to react to your presence. And that continues. And continues.
What does that look like from the outside?
Yeah, did we see him
You
disappear?
guys, he grabs a hold of the amulet, and he just stands there holding it.
Can I run up to him and tackle him?
Okay, make a strength check.
I just want to get the amulet out of his hand.
Okay.
That's a 94. I do not pass.
Okay, so you go up to him and grab it. His hand is like inside the hole, and then as he's closed it, it seems to be with the amulet in his hand. He's not coming away from that glass.
Do I feel her?
You feel nothing.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just
gonna-
you're
Declan,
in
let
another
go.
plane right now.
Let go, Declan.
I'm gonna walk up behind him, and put my arms around him, and try to pull him free of the
All right,
box.
make a strength check.
Four.
That's great.
Is it critical?
For him, I don't know because he's a
Yeah, I'm
squisher
pretty
bee.
weak.
No, it is.
Oh, it is a critical.
Yeah, look at that.
You grab him and pull, and you're still actually a little bit attached, and you're kind of helping pull at the same time, and without even knowing or realizing just how hard you pull the entire thing off. The thick glass that's holding the amulet, a Declan, everything just comes toppling back towards you and falls on you. Make a dex roll.
Okay.
Yeah, both of you, because you've got to roll out of the way.
Meanwhile, you're still on a stupid.
That's a
Yeah.
15.
It's a 15, you got it. You
It's
roll out of the way.
65.
easily. Out of 60.
Out of
42.
42, no.
Ah.
So the case actually falls, and you start to get out of the way, but it lands on your leg, and between the case, Declan, you, and the floor. So he's basically helping to pin you underneath this case. Now this case itself is made of glass that's nearly 3 inches thick, so it probably weighs a few hundred pounds. So it's a
Bloody.
pretty heavy weight on your leg.
So that would crush my leg, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your cane isn't
you
going to
roll
help.
out of the way in time, and you can see now that he is pinned to the ground, and he's
My
like,
God.
"Oh my God!" You are just in this place. The clouds seem to loom closer to you, and as they get closer to you, you notice that kind of wafting off of them, there's kind of these drifts of cloud, and it's fascinating. You can't pull your eyes away from it.
He's also crushed underneath that thing, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
actually, you know what? Let's take some damage.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Probably enough.
4 points of damage from crushing.
Me or
That puts me
Yes.
at
I
6.
haven't gotten to you yet,
Yeah.
but this is for Declan. It crushes on you, and you don't even feel, you don't even register the pain where you are. It just, your body is just like weakening. You will actually
You're having a
take
good time.
a D4 as well. Let's see what you get. 3 points of damage as it just kind of comes and crushes you across the leg. Not crippling you or anything, but really friggin' hurts.
Deckard, you gotta get up, mate. Wake up, mate. Deckard,
You hear a banging sound coming from the Hall of Mummies.
you bloody idiot. I'm gonna tap him on the head.
This
with
one
the cane.
sounds much more ominous than it did before.
Where's the gun?
I
The
think
gun
I'm
is
still
in
holding.
between him.
Am I
He's
still
got
holding
one,
my-
He's got one. Let's see, you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Right-handed.
So I'd be holding the amulet with my left hand and my gun in my right.
Correct. So your gun that still has 2 rounds in it or 3 rounds?
I don't know. I think it has a.
He has a
magazine of
He has
9.
the 1911 in his right hand,
Which is
which
semi-automatic.
you can see.
So it should have 9
Yeah.
rounds. No.
Well, if you were military, it would have 9 rounds because it's
Okay.
8 plus 1.
So it should have 4
Four.
because you shot Raymond, shot me, shot twice.
Once at Ida, once down the hall. So yeah, it should have 5 left.
Frederick,
Yeah,
do you
fine.
hear that?
I don't hear much of anything.
The pain in your head, you can just hear your heartbeat coursing through your head and your ears.
Maybe you should get out of here. Maybe you should get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. I should. My heart is unironically racing.
This is gonna make for a hell of a story. Maybe you should get one more picture.
I lift up my camera and I'm not even focusing on taking a good shot. And I snap one more picture.
Okay, do you do it without thinking, or do you want to like make an actual check?
She doesn't even look through the
So you
thing.
don't even look; you just kind of click.
She's like posing me.
Your
like,
your phobia and your fear is so great that you don't even want to look through the eyepiece and see what horrors lay before you.
Can I take the gun from his hand and give it? Is it possible to take the gun from his hand and give it to Frederick?
Make a strength check.
I don't get it.
You don't get it.
I can't
no.
even get it blocked.
His something in his got a really strong grip on the gun, but you do as you reach for it, you notice that there's a trickle of blood coming out from underneath him, and there's blood like all over the place.
Yeah, blood all over the
There's
place.
blood everywhere.
but it's like streaming.
It's starting to stream down. Yes, and you're kind of standing in the midst of these bodies.
Frederick, do you want me to kill you?
I think. I don't know.
What kind of bloody question is that?
I don't know if you want to see what's coming down that hallway.
There's nothing coming down that hallway.
With that bang,
I'm sure.
she runs
All right, which direction?
towards the main exit.
All right, you run towards the main entrance. So she's standing there for a back. She fiddles with a gun or something, and you're kind of just like, You don't feel like you're going to pass out, but you don't know if you can lift this thing off of you and get out of here by yourself. You're laying basically in a pool of blood. You've got somebody on top of you that's starting to bleed, and he's
No.
basically catatonic.
And would I be able, like, as much as it crushed my leg, would I be able to tear my leg away?
That would be a strength check with disadvantage.
Yeah. Also, without implements to do it.
I'm gonna try it.
Ah, yes.
I'm gonna try to rip my leg off.
I'm going to say you try to rip your leg out from under it.
From under it. Yeah.
Drag it out from under it.
Yeah.
Take a shard of glass. Just
48. What kind of check? Oh, it's a disadvantage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so it was 48, so
28. So 48.
So 48, which is just...
But I still have some luck.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa.
Use that
So
one.
I'm gonna use 4 luck.
Okay, 4 luck. You pull and you pull, and it's like you're using every little ounce of muscle and will to live that you have, and you rip your leg free. And as you do, you hear a clatter, and you notice that a revolver, falls to the floor right next to you.
Oh, I'm gonna grab it.
You're gonna grab it. Your speed is half now, so your movement is half. So you get up and you start staggering, start to run, and your foot is just kind of like dragging behind you, and you're going for the door. You have sprinted up the door. This is like that run that you've been making for your whole life. You run up to the door, and you get to the door, and you're looking outside, and you can see through the glass, the thick glass with bars over it, the snow suspended in the air. Make a sanity roll.
Wait, is the door open?
That's a 31.
It's a 31.
We didn't break it.
So you made it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you look through the window and the thick glass, and you notice that it's in the air, and it's like your mind is telling you that this can't be real, this can't be real. I'm going to wake up at any minute. But you're not seeming to wake up. The doors remain locked and very solid.
And both the strength characters are dead or catatonic.
I'm at a loss for what to do. She just
I
stands
You
believe
stand
you.
there in a stupor. You come slinking up behind her.
I am going to slink over
get up to the door, revolver in one hand, your cane that you're leaning heavily on the other hand. Your leg is just starting to throb, and you can just feel it swelling up inside of your pants.
I think I've had enough of this museum. I'm gonna try to crawl through the hole.
There's no hole.
No.
Oh wait, what?
Oh, the hole's
This
in
is the
upper.
front
this is the front
entrance.
door.
The hole
This
is
the
above.
front. How
Yeah.
did she see the snow?
Because
Is
there
the
is
glass
there
in
is
the door?
there's barred glass.
Front of the museum has glass on the doors, but there's heavy bars all along the front of the museum.
Yeah.
If only we had taken Sam's keys.
Sam disappeared before we could do that.
Yeah.
I wonder if someone else would have a key. Maybe we
wanna
should
go
go
back
check
there?
the bodies. Well, sure, why not?
Loud banging, impossibly loud, comes from behind you,
That might be
From the
Sam.
door or from the...
from the Hall of Mummies.
Hey, Frederick.
Declan,
Before...
your last glimpse of sanity as these thick clouds come rolling in. You notice these large wisps, and as each one of the wisps passes down, you notice that it materializes into a giant tentacle, and they just keep coming and coming and coming at you. You notice that it just becomes this giant mass over your head. You, Stanley, and Frank stand with arms raised as these giant tentacles come down and swoop and scoop you up. Your body on this plane expires.
Yes.
Nice.
I'm dead.
So here you are at the entrance. It's quiet behind you now. That last banging
Wow.
sounded possibly
Achievement
close and
unlocked.
loud. Everything's gone quiet.
So what do they see happen to my body that I just?
So they're not.
They-
looking at
they're
you.
not
Yeah,
Okay.
They don't
we're
care
downstairs.
about you.
Frederick, you don't believe in this stuff, right?
I don't know what I'm looking at, but ain't no bloody supernatural nonsense. It's like no bloody fairy tale we're in.
I think you want your legacy to live on forever, right?
What are you implying? I don't know if I like where this conversation is going.
What if I documented you, the unnatural, or the non-paranormal non-believer? That's two double negatives, so whatever. The paranormal non-believer discovering the paranormal.
Well, you're welcome to do that. I mean, but we're not going to discover anything but a prankster, maybe.
Let's,
Hell of a
I
prank.
say.
Hell of a prank.
let's go see. Let's go see Sam then.
Let's go get the case.
Let's go get Sam then.
I guess we walk
April
towards.
Fools.
But I'm behind him, and my
You
camera's
walk
at the
towards the
ready.
banging sound.
An uncanny smile on my
God.
face.
We're gonna
Okay.
walk towards the banging.
Okay, you walk towards the banging, and you notice that the lights in here
It's empty.
are kind of flickering now. It's almost as if
They don't know.
all of the light around you is being squashed, and you notice that it's getting a little darker and colder. You're having problems moving. Your joints are starting to stiffen up. It's probably well within the teens at this point in this museum.
How lit is this hallway?
It's getting darker as you just
It's getting
just
darker, but we
standing
can
here.
still
You can
see-
see the lights starting to snuff out and be suffocated.
Can I take one shot of his and his dead body on top of each other holding the gem?
Well, you can't see it. Everything's laying on top of him.
Okay.
His hand is actually still inside the case, clutching it, but you can't see that from kind of where you are. You'd have to kind of push it off of him and roll him over.
Can I take a shot of what I see at the moment without messing with it?
Make a photography.
Make a photography roll.
It's a 41. That's under half.
So it's a critical?
Yeah.
No, it's a
Under
hard
half.
success.
Hard success.
It's a hard success. So you make a sanity roll.
That's a 65. That's good.
That's a good. Okay. So your mind just starts to race as you get this lined up, and you're like this impossible vision in your head of this large obelisk type thing stacked on top of these bodies, just sandwiching to the ground. And you take the photo, and you feel like you've captured that moment, and it's going to be a heck of a story to tell.
If whoever finds this camera.
If you can get
Now,
out of here.
You can get
make
out.
a spot hidden check.
That's a 91. Can I use my luck, or am I still? Nope. I can't even see it.
Can't even see it?
No.
You don't even see it coming. You, on the other hand, make a spot hidden check.
Right. Is that a 91?
Wow! Look at us.
Both of you?
I'm oblivious.
So at the moment, everything just kind of darkens in as you focus around, and you're looking directly at the bodies and everything, and you're like, this massacre, this blood, it's just such a waste. And then you look up. There are 3 large figures looming over you with bandages hanging off of them. Their eyes still in their sockets. You can see these milky eyes just kind of moving and reflecting in what light is left. At that moment, the lights dim to darkness. Make a sanity roll with disadvantage.
Both of us?
Come on, do it. Join the club. So
20.
re-roll that one.
It's a 28.
28. Okay.
86.
86. So you did not make it. You made it. Make a dexterity check at disadvantage.
That's a 22 and a 2, so a 22, that's under half.
Under half. So you made 1. You feel just this of air come past your head.
All I care about is taking the shot. Can I take a shot with my camera at that point?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a roll.
Do it. Yeah.
75.
That is dedication.
That's literally your
75?
entire character.
Okay. So it goes off, and the last thing you think is, was there enough light for that to happen?
Yeah. No, obviously not.
Ooh, with a 7. You feel this very hard thing strike you on the side of the head. 6 points of damage.
Got it.
And then make a constitution. Is that more than half your hit points?
Yes.
Make a constitution check.
I don't get it. That's a 76.
All right, you fall unconscious onto the ground. You, standing in the darkness, hear a struggle. You hear a shutter click. Then you hear a loud thump, and her body just kind of falls next to you. All of a sudden, you feel like something is looking directly at you.
I can see the mummies though, right?
You can kind of see these just shadows of 3 things looming closer and closer and closer.
Right.
She's not answering.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to. Are there still bodies down there?
Yeah, this body.
Like there's still,
Yeah.
I mean, like
The bodies have hit the
Okay.
floor.
I am. Bodies hit the floor.
Exactly.
I'm going to like lean down and kind of search the pockets to see if I find any keys.
Okay, so make a dex.
There's no
make a-
shadows.
Make a dex roll.
Huh?
Make a dex roll.
That's
Oh no, you failed
That's
super
a fail.
hard.
All right, and then make a. I'm assuming that your character would automatically try to dodge, even though it's dark. So make a just 100 roll. You have to roll under a 36.
Rolled a 72.
Bill.
72.
That's half.
That's literally more
You
than
feel a heavy object strike you in the back of the head.
bonk.
For max, which is 9 damage. Make a Constitution check.
I only have 7 hit points.
Oh, you only have 7 hit points? That renders you unconscious.
Okay.
The life slowly begins to fade from your body. The cold just seeps into your bones. And as you all lay here, knowing that the sanity has drifted in and taken over. And that's where we'll end it.
Yeah, we all died. Woo! Woo! Mission accomplished!
Very good. Very good. Everybody did what they were supposed to. All right, so before we finish this off, I wanted to give a big shout out to everybody involved once again. Our awesome players, thank you. Thank you. Give yourself some applause there. Also, if you liked what you saw tonight and you want to see some more, make sure that you click that button for like and subscribe to the Caffeinated Gamers YouTube channel. And please, 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 please go out and support your local game stores. If not, Cthulhu will hunt you down and suck your brain through a straw.
And you've seen how they do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Or caused you to team kill.
Yeah, I'll
night.
just start killing everybody.
That was so good.